Good morning, all. We are ready to start the proceedings this Friday. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. We don't want disturbances. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chaskalson.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Deputy Chief Dhlamini.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chaskalson.
Chair, I've just been told that the Deputy Chief has another document that he wants to put before the Commission. And he has, in response to the Commissioner's request at his last appearance, produced a series of documents. And I think it might make sense to start with the new documents that the Deputy Chief has produced. And Deputy Chief, I haven't seen the latest document that you want to put up, so can we deal with it at the end of the list? But maybe you can take the Commission through the documents that you've produced in response to their request, and they're in file 5. I hope you have a file 5 there.
Yes.
Thanks. And if I can provide some context, I think from pages 1 to 34, what you're dealing with there is invoices in relation to ad hoc security services and some correspondence in that regard. And can I just confirm with you that at page 1, we have an invoice tracking sheet for the company Triotic in relation to the additional ad hoc services that they performed up to 6 March 2025. The date 6 March 2025 is at the bottom right-hand corner of that document. And then the invoices themselves appear from pages 3 to 7, together with a cover sheet that summarizes them on page 2. Would that be correct?
That's correct, SC.
And then we have a similar situation in relation to the company Mkhwanazi. Again, an invoice tracking sheet on page 8 for invoices for ad hoc security services that were still outstanding on the 6th of March 2025. A summary sheet on page 9, and then the invoices themselves from 10 to 14.
That's correct, SC.
Then we get to Gubis, and on page 15, we have again that invoice tracking sheet as of 6 March 2025. The summary sheet on page 16. But when we get to page 16, I should just point out that what the summary sheet doesn't include is the Gubis invoice Royval 001, which was the one from the previous financial year.
That's correct, SC.
And then the invoices that are referred to on the summary sheet are dealt with from pages 17 through to, I think, 25, along with the statement, 23. I've got it wrong. 22, there is a consolidated statement at page 23. Then, page 24 is a confirmation that that Gubis did perform the services in those reflected in those invoices, and that is from a JT Seleka in your department.
That's correct.
And it's signed Deputy Director, Budget Control and Procurement Management Services. On page 25 and 26, there is an email chain dealing with the complaints by Gubis and the failure of the city as of, I think the email chain ends in, the email chain, the substantive content of the email chain ends February 26. So as of February 26, this was Gubis's complaint about non-payment. There's a statement attached at page 27, along with the invoices running that we've already seen, running from page 28 to page 34. Then, on page 35, you have a screenshot taken off the city's webpage, which identifies the is it the pending tenders that are being advertised?
Yes, it's as is I attached the website where tender bid register is, and the screenshot.
So it's the bid register. It's the website where you can find the bid register for any tender.
Yes.
I see. And on the following page, it's the same website, but the tab that would be relevant is tender bid register. So if you click on one of those tenders, you'll get this screen.
Yes.
If you click on tender bid register, you'll get the register.
Yes.
Then on from page 37 to page 64, you attach a copy of a bid committee submission in another completely independent tender that the subject matter of the tender is not relevant to our proceedings. As I understand it,
it's not relevant. Just wanted to demonstrate what is the bid committee document, the BEC report. How is it?
What a BEC report looks like, and as I understand it, your reason for doing so was to contrast this document, which is a confidential document, with the bid register, which is not.
Correct, I see.
That's explained in your email to the Commission at page 65. You have that?
Yes, it's the link that I've attached.
And then on page 67, you attach what is the bid register, a tender bid register for TMPD 3 of 24-25.
That's correct, I see.
Is there anything that you would like to highlight about these documents beyond what we've just gone through?
No, I'll do so, I think, during cross-examination, as I can do so, to indicate that these were not confidential documents as it was alleged, that they are confidential documents.
We'll get to that in due course. Thanks. Now, I'm not sure, I haven't seen the latest document that you have submitted. Can I, if you just bear with me for 1 minute, I'm not sure if the commissioners have received a copy. Can I ask that we deal with that document after the tea break so that we can...
We can do so, SC.
Just briefly, if you can describe to me what that document is so that I know what I'm looking for and how to understand it.
SC, it's an email that relates to HR matters. Remember, there are HR issues that are here, so it's an email that relates to
Thank you.
HR matters.
We'll have a copy made in the tea adjournment and circulate.
Correct, SC.
Then, if we can then start to the questioning proper, and I just needed to clarify a few issues arising out of your statement, which is in file 1.
Yes.
And file 1 essentially has two paginated series of documents. The first set of pagination relates to the two statements that you've given, and then it goes back to 1 for the annexures. So if I'm going to refer you to an annexure, I'll say annexure page 1, but it will still be file 1. And what I wanted to clarify first of all is what your job entails in the Tshwane Municipal Police Department. It's an issue that you deal with on page 9 of file 1 in your statement, and then you refer also to an organogram at page 155 of the annexure bundle, also in file 1. So can I take you to, I'll just read what you say in page 45, and then maybe if you can explain it in more detail with reference to the organogram. 45, you say, my subordinate sections in the support and administration division include Administration Bureau, Police Logistics Support, Internal Affairs, Management Administration Support, and Ceremonial and Employee Wellness. And then you refer to an annexure listed under paragraph 45 above, which is an organogram, and that appears from page 155 of the annexure bundle. So can we go to that organogram? And probably it's best to start at page 156, where there is a high-level description of the 4 departments that fall under you, the 4 sub-departments, directorates that fall under you.
What's the file number of the...
Same file.
Same file.
But there are 2 sets of, there are 2 paginated halves of that file.
Oh, you said page 1?
156.
156, thank you.
And there we see those 4 directorates: Management and Administrative Support, Police Logistics Support, Administration Bureau, and Internal Affairs. And very briefly, can you just describe to me what each of these directorates is responsible for? I'm not looking for much detail, but just broadly.
Thanks, SC. I think I've done it previously when I was reading my statement to the commissioners on pertinent matters that affected this commission, but I'll do it again briefly for you. When we come to management and admin support, that's MAS, and that's where it deals, with issues of finance, issues of HR, issues of, OHS, issues, of performance management and so forth. In brief, that's where they deal with. Project management, as I indicated, they deal with issues of contract management, assisting divisions with bid specifications, with issues of ensuring that, tenders get advertised. As soon as they are awarded, then they draft, SLA, assisting various divisions to ensure that SLAs are in place in order to assist accounts payable, that SLA should be in place, loaded on SAP. Contracts are in place, loaded in SAP, so that when payments get done, they can be sure that there's a contract for such a payment and so forth. And also, at the beginning of the financial year, you could have picked it up that, if you are not in the city, you might not specifically, you might confuse the processes. Like when the CFO was here, he outlined the question of from receiving an invoice, creating, POs and so forth. He started it on the second step, which created an assumption that in the city of Tshwane, you work before a PO gets generated, while it's not the case, because each and every financial year, at the beginning of the financial year, the finance section, accounts payable, once the budget gets loaded, they create requisitions, they create POs. I think I've given an example. For instance, we have a uniform tender. They'll create POs at the beginning of the financial year. Give to company B to say we need 500 trousers or 1,000 trousers. Company B, September comes and say we can only produce 500. They deliver 500 trousers, they deliver an invoice. Then you start now, create a requisition again, you create a PO for the quantities that have been delivered. You have a PO already for the entire financial year. I've given an example with South African Post Office to say, we don't know how many infringement notices will be issued. So we create a PO for the entire year that debit against that PO as we receive an invoice. So you can't work in the city without a purchase order. But the CFO started it in the middle when they are going to pay. So it creates an impression as if you start by working, giving an invoice, then we create a PO. So I just wanted...
I appreciate that clarification, because I also was quite confused by what the CFO said in that regard, because he seemed to be suggesting that the PO only gets issued after the work is done. And that's incorrect, is it not?
No, he started the process when, after, work has been delivered, they come with an invoice. I'm giving an example with the uniform.
Yes.
You create a PO for 1,000 trousers to be delivered. The supplier can only manufacture 500. So when he comes and delivers 500, they certify the invoice again. So, and we create a requisition and a PO for 500. We paid it. But the PO has been created for the entire year on those aspects. So for South African Post Services, because our budget is segmented in quarters and so forth, we create for the entire year. As soon as we receive an invoice, because we're not sure how many infringement notices are they gonna post, what will be the cost of that. So as soon as they've posted, they are sure, we verify against what they've posted and the invoice. Then it start that process again. So it's twofold.
Can you explain that using the security contract?
Yes.
Just explain it so that we understand.
The security contract, because we know it's a contract, there are figures in that contract on a monthly basis. We create, requisition and POs, same applies. But for instance, let me take for demolition, a supplier for red ends. He demolished shacks as and when there are invasions and so forth. We're not aware how many shacks will be demolished. Same applies, we create POs for the entire period. So it works against, it debit against those POs. So as soon as we receive an invoice, we do a requisition again, we do a PO of the exact figure of an invoice that will debit against that.
So in a sense, the PO is upfront.
It's upfront.
And that's not what the CFO said, and that's what we tried to contradict him on. In fact, yesterday, one of Major Phiri's annexures also contradicted what the CFO said. I think it was the very last bullet of that annexure. Unfortunately, I don't remember which one it was. Do you perhaps remember, Mr. Musigidi? But do you remember the annexure I'm referring to? Pity we can't identify it, but we did not raise it specifically with Major Phiri. It didn't really concern his testimony. But going through it, we actually saw it, and all three of us, and we saw that it also contradicted what the Chief Financial Officer had said. Yes, Mr. Shaskalsi.
I think perhaps, Commissioner, to indicate, to say the CFO might not be is correct. He only started the process on the second phase. It's upon the duty of each and every departmental head to ensure that, at the beginning of financial year, POs get generated before work can be executed.
I think I may have to come to the defense of the CFO here, because it's not something I usually do. But I heard your explanation slightly differently, because you were describing, in relation to the post office example, or even the ad hoc security example, there is a purchase order issued at the start of the financial year,
Yes,
based on what your budget for the whole...
Yes.
Sorry, at least it's not me.
My apologies, Commissioner. I thought I switched these phones off. Apologies. Yes.
No problem, Deputy Chief.
If it's any consolation, Deputy Chief, I've done that also. But so you, and let's take the ad hoc security services where there are a number of different service providers.
Yes.
You have a budget for the whole service. You have, say, 8 service providers. You estimate what. Do you then divide the budget by 8 for each of the service providers, or either you do that or you estimate which service provider is going to get which portion of the budget? But will you issue a purchase order for each service provider at the start of the financial year?
Let's go on the ad hoc services, SC. The tender, when it gets advertised, it advertised with 2 portions of, payments, to say, what are your fixed rate per month, per guard, and so forth. So as soon as the contract gets awarded, it has got a fixed monthly figure of that particular service providers. Because ad hoc services, it's as and when required. These are not fixed services. They can come for 3 months, they can go as a need arises. So these are not fixed. And it's incumbent upon the assets protection services to say, as they receive a request from either electricity, from housing, or whoever, for additional guards, to say maybe we are busy upgrading a power station, will require additional guards. To say we'll need additional guards, they cost the guards, they require an invoice from the service provider to say how much, because already they have rates for a service provider to say, for so many guards, this will be the price. They give to the service department to say, identify for us a GL account, which will be general to ensure that these payments get done, because it's not within, the Washman Services budget, because it's an annual budget. So we create purchase order for service providers for the duration of a year on the Washman Services. So those comes as additional. So they create, GL to ensure journal of those, monies.
But when does the purchase order, the electricity, let's take an example. The electricity department says we are about to do some work at a substation.
Yes.
We're going to need ad hoc security for protection.
Yes.
We're going to need 2 guards 24 hours a day for 2 weeks.
Yes.
At that point, you designate one provider who you want to provide those guards.
Yes.
You already have fixed rates for those,
Yes.
so you know what it's going to cost.
Yes.
Is that the point at which the purchase order gets issued?
Then they designate a GL with a figure to accounts payable, finance department hours, then they create a PO in that regard.
But it happens before you actually deploy the guards
It
to
should
site.
happen
It should happen before you deploy to
guards
site.
get deployed, yes.
Right. And then, so what needs to happen is you identify the GL, the place on the general ledger that
Yes.
provides for this.
Yes,
Once you're satisfied that there is provision for it in the general ledger, you issue a purchase order.
Yes.
You know what the numbers are going to be because you've already got a contract that says, 24,000 rands per week or whatever.
correct.
You issue the purchase order. They then provide the services on site pursuant to the purchase order and the deployment order. And once they've provided the services, they invoice you.
Yes,
But by the time the invoice comes in, there should be a purchase order that covers it.
correct, yes.
Thank you. Sorry, that was a bit of a diversion, but it was something that we did need to clarify. If we go back to your organogram,
Yes,
you're talking about one, and maybe the best place to go to is page 157, where you give us a fairly detailed description of the one of the 4 directorates underneath you, the management and administrative support.
May this please be projected and expanded? One 157 or 156 for a few seconds.
And blow it up. So if we go to 156, we see you have 4 different directorates underneath you. The one that we've been looking at is management and admin support.
yes,
There are 3 others: policing, logistics support, administration bureau, and internal affairs.
correct, I see.
You have described both in your statement and in the organogram on page 157 and also in the previous hearing, management and administrative support. Can you very briefly describe what policing, logistics support, administration bureau, and internal affairs deal with?
Policing logistics deal with the fleet management of the department, and they also deal with issues of, it's logistics of the department, uniform, fleet, which is, vehicles, building maintenance, and all equipment, IT, and so forth. So they deal with those aspects, of assisting, the department in ensuring that their IT gets set and so forth. They also deal with issues, of, ensuring that assets management, to ensure that, assets get managed accordingly. As you know, that we should ensure that, all assets get registered and they are managed accordingly.
And Administration Bureau?
Administration Bureau deals, with issue of, infringement, capturing of infringement notices. As the divisions go out to issue notices, it's upon this division to ensure that, they capture notices, they are posted on e-notice, they liaise, with, RTMC in ensuring that, all the infringement are posted. They liaise with SAPO in terms of receiving invoices and payment of such.
Sorry, SAPO?
South African Post Office, sorry about it.
Sorry.
Yeah, South African Post Office. So they deal with that also. They deal with issues of, ensuring that they follow up in issuing executions of warrants of arrest and so forth. So that's the section basically that deals with that.
And Internal Affairs?
Internal Affairs deals with issues of, investigation of, departmental loss. If members are involved in accident, they need to investigate if the member was at fault or what. Damage and loss control, they deal with issues of, issues liaise with legals on litigations, and also issues of conduct within the department.
Thank you. So I certainly, you've clarified for me what I needed to understand. Moving forward, unless the commissioners have any other questions in relation to job description, I'm going to move to another area of your statement. At page 3, of your statement, you describe your relationship with Sergeant Nkosi, and you say you met him when he was still at primary school in Soshanguve, and you're both from the same neighborhood. And you say, in 1996, I became actively involved in managing the family business, which was when I started having close interaction with Sergeant Nkosi. Sergeant Nkosi used to frequent the business, and he would volunteer to clean the vehicles, and he would sometimes receive a stipend for his efforts. So I'm assuming the family business was a taxi business.
Correct.
And do you still have that taxi business?
Correct.
And how many taxis are in your family business?
I don't think that it's relevant, CS, to disclose here.
Sorry, you don't think it's a relevant disclosure?
No.
Well, I want to ask the question. You can object about, I mean, do you want me to justify the relevance of it?
Please
No,
do.
I will
Mr.
object
Chairperson,
to
please.
do that.
Sorry, Deputy Chief. Please do, Mr. Chairperson.
Well, what we're investigating here involves investigating allegations of people who are linked to the taxi industry who who are linked to the taxi industry and are alleged to have been involved in organized crime and are also alleged to have been involved in efforts to infiltrate the SAPS and the TMPD. And your status as someone inside the TMPD, a deputy chief of the TMPD, and a taxi business operator raises questions in that regard, and I'm trying to establish whether you are a serious player in the taxi industry, a very small operator in the taxi industry, and I'm going to ask you questions about the taxi industry and your relationship to other people in the taxi industry. And in that context, it seems to me that the scale of your business is a matter which is relevant to our investigations.
Please answer the question, Deputy Chief.
No, I mean, Commissioner, much as I'm saying, as I indicated, it's a family business. I'm not running it. I'm not involved in it. It's run by my brothers, so don't think it will be proper for me to disclose their...
You're talking about who runs it, who owns it?
I'm not owning it. It's owned by the family, my brothers.
And you receive no proceeds from this business?
From this business, I receive no proceeds.
Yes. Are you saying you receive no proceeds whatsoever from this family business?
It depends on what, if I'm being assisted by my brothers or not. I don't know what are you referring to, but I don't get a salary out of this business.
No. Do you receive any proceeds from this business? Does your brother make any payments to you from this business? Not on a salaried basis,
No,
but from time to time.
not.
Have you never received any money from this business?
If I have something to do, work or something, brothers will assist. If I do a work for my son or a marriage or whatever, they will assist.
So how much money from this business has been paid to you by way of that sort of assistance? Just an estimate.
I can't tell how much or whatever. As brothers, if someone has got something, I will assist. If I have something, they will assist. Someone can do a tent, can do whatever, so.
In total, are we talking about thousands of rands, tens of thousands of rands, hundreds of thousands of rands?
It becomes, I mean, it depends what type of work are we doing. If we do lobola negotiations for my son, someone will say, I'll buy food, I'll buy drinks, I'll do whatever, and so forth.
In total, how much do you think over the years you've received from this business? More than 100,000 rands? More than 1 million rands?
It can't be. It can't be.
Not more than 1 million rands?
Yeah,
More than 100,000 rands?
no, it can't be.
More than 50,000 rands, do you think?
Maybe at that.
And how big is this business? How many taxis does your brother's business have?
With due respect, SC, I think I can't disclose their operations. Let me make you understand to say sometimes in a taxi industry you work with positions. You will have positions from, Rustenburg to Pretoria to Rustenburg, Mabupan to Rustenburg, Pretoria to Limpopo, Pretoria to Joburg.
You mean routes? You mean routes?
Routes, yes. And sometimes you'll find that, you get someone perhaps who's either battling the route, either he has some challenges. You put a kumbi either under his name, you operate that route. So, disclosing such things compromises even the other party.
Sorry, compromises?
The other person. Let's say I have an arrangement. You have a route from Mabupane to Joburg.
So you're saying you don't, if I've come to your brother and say, I have this route, I can't service it, I need a taxi, will you help me out?
Yes.
You don't want to compromise me,
Yes.
but if you just tell me how many taxis are in your brother's business, that doesn't compromise me because nobody knows whether I'm using one of those taxis.
That much as I'm saying, that is their business, and I think it's me sitting here, so exposing their things here, I don't think will be
Mr. Shaskelson, what about if we do what we have done a good few times and ask the deputy chief to write the number down for our consumption only, yours and ours?
Would that, I would be happy with that arrangement, where we don't say it publicly, but you just write the number on a piece of paper that the commissioners and I can see, and it won't be broadcast publicly.
We will not divulge it.
Can I speak with them first? If
Sorry?
they agree. I need to get permission from them if they agree. I mean,
Can we leave it until after the tea break?
You are
then,
exposing someone.
We can certainly leave it until
Yeah,
after the
you are
tea.
exposing someone.
Is this family business affiliated to any particular taxi association?
When it started, I think my brother started it in 1986 or so. They worked with,
1956.
86.
1986
Yes,
is a long way back. I'm afraid the history may take us a bit of time. I think the question is about now.
Yes, I'm saying I know that they formed Salta together.
What's he with now? Is he affiliated? If so, with which?
Salta changed, so I might not be sure now because it was South African Long Distance Taxiers Association. So I think it changed. It included long, local, and so forth. So it's Salbo, then it included buses and so forth. So I'm not following it, commissioners.
I think that's, yes.
Now, Sergeant Nkosi has testified to this commission about his relationship with the late Mr. Msibi.
Yes.
And he described that relationship like that of son and father. You describe your relationship with Sergeant Nkosi as a relationship like that of one between brothers in your statement. Did you have any relationship with the late Mr. Msibi?
Mr. Msibi worked very closely with my brother, and actually we grew the same area. Mr. Msibi, when he goes home, he passes next to my father's house, so it's just the back street where I grew from. So I knew him, long time before, because he'll come sometimes at home to my brother, they'll sit together. And when they grew there, before each and everyone has his own yard, what we call disbaya. They used to operate from one yard where their taxis were sleeping together. So I know him as such, but never had a relationship with him. We had a close relationship with my brother.
And what is the name of this brother who has the taxi business and who had the relationship with Mr. Msibi? What's his first name?
It's my brothers. It was Willie, it was Peter. Two brothers. It's Willie and Peter.
Oh. Does that mean the family business is run by two brothers?
It was run by two. The other two is remaining. Yes.
And did Peter pass away?
They passed away, both of them, Willie and Peter, but there's other two that are remaining running.
Sorry, I just lost you there.
The two brothers have passed away, the elder brothers. So I left with two other brothers who are running it now.
And the brother who had the relationship with the late Mr. Msibi was Willie, or Peter as well?
Both.
Both. And now, are you aware of the man who Sergeant Nkosi described as the right-hand man of the late Mr. Msibi, Mr. Mampani?
I've never met Mampane because the person that my brothers worked with was the father to Mampane. So I don't know the Mampane person. I've never met him. I don't know him.
But his father worked with your brother?
Yes,
And do you know of him, even if you haven't met him personally? I mean, you know who he is, the son?
I know the name to say because he takes it from, the father was Mampane, so it's Mampane who's running.
And are you aware that the father who worked with your brother introduced Mr. Joe Sibanyoni to the taxi industry? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware of that. Mr. Sibanyoni was in the taxi industry, but he was operating from Mpumalanga. So when they were forming these routes from Pretoria to Joburg and so forth, that's when he joined them. He was in the taxi industry, he was operating from the Mpumalanga side.
But he became part of the Pretoria taxi industry through
Yes.
Mr. Mampani's father?
True.
Deputy Chief, I do not know now whether we use the singular or plural. Do we say brothers or do we still say brother in relation to your family business? At the beginning, you were saying brother, brother singular, but a few responses back, you introduced the plural, brothers.
Yeah, it's brothers.
I'm asking this because Mr. Shaskalson is continuing to say brother, and I do not know now whether you want us to say brothers.
It's brothers.
All right, thank you.
So let me ask the question again, just using the plural. So it was your brothers who assisted Mr. Sibanyoni to get into the Pretoria taxi industry. Sorry, not your brothers.
No.
It was Mr. Mampani's father
Yes.
who helped Mr. Sibanyoni get into the Pretoria taxi industry, and it was Mr. Mampani's father who worked with your brothers, plural.
Yes.
Now, given your family's connections to the taxi industry, do you not think that there is something of a potential conflict in relation to your job, which involves a whole range of matters relating to law enforcement with respect to the taxi industry?
Not at all.
Can you explain why?
I'm not directly involved with them, and I mean, whatever they run, they comply. I don't interfere with anything.
Well, your department, as I understand it, deals with all traffic law infringement notices in the city.
Yes.
Now, that's a matter of, I would imagine, of particular interest for the taxi industry, is it not? I mean, taxi industry is at real risk if, in relation to infringement notices, both in relation to money, fines that they have to pay, and in relation to the risk of having vehicles taken off the road. Sorry, well, let's take them one by one. The taxi industry is at risk in relation to infringement notices regarding fines that may be issued to it. You accept that? Taxi operators.
I mean, fines get issued to drivers if they don't comply. They don't come to the owners. It goes to a driver.
It goes to a driver.
Yes.
And
Much as you'll nominate a driver.
Okay.
You'll nominate a driver for a particular vehicle.
And if the infringement affects the roadworthiness of the vehicle, or relates to the roadworthiness of the vehicle and the capacity of the vehicle to stay on the road?
It's very rare.
Very rare.
Yes.
If it is very rare, that may relate to the lack of law enforcement in that regard. But at least in principle, if one is testing the roadworthiness of vehicles and finding vehicles that are not roadworthy.
Much as I'm saying, it will be very rare.
And
they run professional business. They've got their own yard and so forth, own mechanics. So it's very rare.
Yes, but who has to pay for the repair of the vehicle that gets fined for not being roadworthy?
I'm saying it's very rare. It will be the owner, but it's very rare.
And notice infringements relating to what dealings do you have with the Road Traffic Management Corporation?
The Road Traffic Management Corporation, remember, is the people responsible for ARTO. So as the city of Tshwane, we are currently on ARTO. So they are responsible for ARTO. I mean, ensuring that, because through RTIA, Road Traffic Infringement Authority, those infringement notices get posted through them. So that's our relationship with them.
So you post the note, you're responsible for issuing the ARTO notices, not for issuing, for posting them.
To ensure that they are captured, they are posted.
Yes. And you're suggesting that those notices are of not major significance to the taxi industry?
No.
How can you suggest that ARTO notices are not of major interest to the taxi industry? If a taxi business finds that it's being issued with a series of ARTO notices and its drivers are being issued with a series of ARTO notices, why would that not be a concern to it?
I'm saying, the routes they are running, there's no point for you to run, for a driver to be rushing. You have a position to ferry people. So you don't run to Joburg because you'll still wait for your position. So they are not.
Are you suggesting that cases of taxis driving over the speed limit are rare in this country?
It depends. Which route are those people working on? It depends on a route. Circumstances differs.
And the execution of warrants?
Yes.
You get a warrant of arrest to arrest a driver for negligent driving? Is your department responsible for that?
We are, but currently we are on ARTO. Remember that currently we are on ARTO. Most of the warrants are bylaw related warrants and so forth. So currently RTMC use an enforcement notices to say if fines are not paid, they enforce, they block the driver or whoever on the system to ensure that they pay.
And negligent driving, who would deal with the execution of a warrant for negligent driving?
It becomes, cases either, of negligent driving, they usually do arrest in that instances because ARTO prescribed for this offense, what is the charge and so forth.
But who is responsible for the execution of those warrants?
Much as I'm saying, currently under ARTO, we don't have, those warrants of.
And when did ARTO become applicable to the city of Pretoria? When was its extension rolled out to the city of Pretoria?
If I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure, either 2007 or 2009, we have been on ARTO as the city.
So you
Not
haven't
sure,
been,
but I can confirm that.
you haven't been executing warrants for traffic offences since 2007, you're saying?
Yes. Previously, we used to have what we term the white bus, whereby we'll have, these warrants stopping on the intersections to ensure we execute them. But currently, yes, we have, a leg that deals with tracing. Even if we go for a roadblock checking infringement notices, we can only advise you as a driver to say, you have outstanding infringement, these are your outstanding infringement. If you opt to pay there, you pay. If you can't, you will just encourage you, but we can't arrest you for
So
that.
you're telling me that the next time anyone is stopped at a roadblock in Pretoria by your department in relation to outstanding fines, they should know that they have the choice whether to pay them voluntarily to you or just to say, I elect not to pay, goodbye.
We do that. Even the media communication does inform, the public to say, this is the situation. We just encourage people. Some people, yes, they pay on the spot because they don't have time to go to offices. They don't want their licenses to be blocked, so they'll opt to pay to settle them.
And you don't threaten to arrest people?
No, we don't.
And no one needs fear arrest from your department in relation to traffic offences?
No, we don't do that.
Let's move on. You say in your statement you've never interacted with Mr. Sibanyoni or Mr. Madlanga.
That's correct.
Do you know? It's clear you know who Mr. Sibanyoni is. We've discussed that already.
Yes.
And we've discussed aspects. Do either of your brothers running the business interact with Mr. Sibanyoni?
They do, but very rare. Remember, Mr. Sibanyoni is the big boss for, is it Santago now? Yeah, I think it's Santago now. The taxi industry, there are systems, there are queue marshals, there's rank managers and so forth to interact with. There's also an office if you have challenges to interact with. So it's a formal arrangement.
Maybe we'll come back to this after we understand the scale of your and size of your brother's business. Mr. Mkhwanazi, do you know who he is? Sergeant Nkosi told the Commission that he was a nephew of Mr. Sibanyoni. Were you aware of that?
I don't know him.
You don't know him?
Mm-mm.
I'm not suggesting that you know him personally, but I'm asking, do you know who he is? Do you know that he is the nephew of Mr. Sibanyoni?
I don't know who he is.
And now, Your late brother Peter, was he the father of Kamogelo Hlatswayo?
No.
You're certain about that?
Yes.
Do you know Kamogelo Hlatswayo?
Kamogelo Hlatswayo.
Yes.
I think I might. Do I know him? Yes, I know him.
How do you know him?
As Sergeant Goss indicated, he's a friend to Peggy.
And when have you met him?
I don't meet with him. Don't know when did I see him.
So, have you ever met with him?
No.
When did Sergeant Nkosi tell you that he was a friend of Becky?
He told me when. You say
When
he
did
told-
you said Sergeant Nkosi said he was a friend of Becky. When did Sergeant Nkosi tell you he was a friend of Becky?
When he was testifying here.
When he was testifying here?
Yes,
No, he didn't.
he did.
I stand subject to correction, but
You can go to his transcript. He did. He said he worked with Peggy when there are events and so forth.
sorry, he works with Becky.
When they run events.
Sorry, that Mr. Hlatswayo runs events works with Becky when Mr.
Yes.
Hlatswayo and Becky run events.
Yes.
The question, if I understood, Mr. Shaskasin will correct me. The question was, when did Sergeant Nkosi tell you? And your response is when Sergeant Nkosi was testifying. So is what you are saying that Sergeant Nkosi did not tell you, but you heard when he was testifying?
Yes.
All right.
I'll check the transcript again. I don't recall raising this with Sergeant Nkosi at all. It's possible that, even though I didn't raise it, he mentioned it, but I will come back to that after the tea break. Sergeant Nkosi has Mr. Hlatswayo's name saved in his WhatsApps as Kamogelo Dhlamini.
I don't know who's.
He's not. You're adamant that he's not a relative, and in particular that he's not the son of your late brother Peter.
No.
Did you know that Kamogelo Hlatswayo is the only director of a company called El Shaddai?
I don't know.
You don't know. When you say you don't know that Kamogelo Hlatswayo is the son of your late brother Peter, are you denying that he is the son of your late brother Peter, or are you saying you just don't know?
I don't know. He has never introduced me to him.
Your late brother never introduced you?
Yes.
What relationship did you have with your late brother? A good relationship, or, I mean, would you know all of his sons?
Very good relationship.
So you would know all of his sons?
I wouldn't say so.
So you can't deny that Mr. Hlatswayo is the son of your late brother Peter?
As much as I'm saying I don't know. He
You
has
just
never
don't know.
told me.
Can we now move to TMPD 1 of 2425, the tender, the demolition tender? And can I ask you to go to page 431 of, it will be file 4. We'll be dealing with file 3 and file 4 now. page 431. And the chats that I'll take you to in file 4 are 431. The chats that I'll take you to in file 4 are chats between Sergeant Nkosi and yourself. And the chats in file 3 are chats between Sergeant Nkosi and the CFO. And just to alert you, because of a software setting in relation to the printout of the chats in file 3, they printed out with timestamps that are called UTC, which is 2 hours less than South African time. So one needs to add 2 hours to the time of any message in file 3. But the chats in file 4, the chats between you and Sergeant Nkosi, are chats in South African with date stamps and time stamps in South African time. At the top of page 431, chat number 1, you see a message that you send to Sergeant Nkosi, and it reads as follows. Afternoon, my brother. I trust you are well and your family. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. The 2 vehicles for land are 1, Ngapeshea's Security Services, 2, El Shaddai Security Services. Have a blessed Sunday and lots of love. And now Sergeant Nkosi has confirmed that you sent this chat to him on the 9th of March 2025 at 7:35 p.m. Was this a message that you composed yourself, or were you forwarding it from someone else?
Thanks, CS. This is the message I got from Nico. Sergeant Nkosi, a day before, when I spoke to him, requested me to check with Nico if he has done compliance, is done with compliance for the tenders of, Ngapeshea and El Shaddai. He requested me to confirm with Nico and send him the information. And unfortunately, I could not on that particular day. Much as I then on Sunday, as you could see, I'm apologizing for the delay in terms of reverting back to him. Then I then sent him this message.
Now, who is Nico?
Nico is someone who does administrative work in terms of assisting people in tender compilations and so forth.
Is his surname Matobela?
Correct.
And he assists bidders in getting their bids in order so that they will be compliant?
Correct.
And you're saying that Nico sent this Sergeant Nkosi had asked you to check with Nico as to whether the bids for Ngapeshea Security Services and El Shaddai were compliant.
Correct.
Which bids?
For?
Which bids?
For Ngapeshea and El Shaddai.
Bids for what?
For land invasion.
And Nico reported to you that they were compliant?
Nico sent a message to me, then I shared that message, edited it. Usually you'll see my writing, everyone will tell you when I write, because most people send messages without greeting. I'll then share the message, I'll edit, and then greet and add whatever that I want to add and forward.
Yes,
Sorry,
but
when you say land invasion in Tshwane.
Correct.
Okay.
and Nico said they were compliant.
That's what Nico indicated.
So Sergeant Nkosi wanted to know from Nico whether the bids of his brother's company, which is Ngapesheya, and the bid of El Shaddai, which is Mr. Glatswayo's company, were compliant.
That's correct.
And Nico confirmed that they were.
Yes,
And this was sent on the 9th of March, 2025.
correct.
Then, 2 days later, you send a message to Sergeant Nkosi with a list of 7 other companies. Sorry, before we get to that list. So, going back to that first list, not the first list, the first message, that the 2 companies were compliant. From your perspective, you had now told Sergeant Nkosi what he needed to know.
Correct.
And there would be no need for Sergeant Nkosi to communicate this information to anyone else other than possibly El Shaddai and Ngapesheya.
That's correct.
He certainly didn't need to tell anybody else inside the city.
No.
Let's get to the second message. Chat number 3, it's 2 days later, it's the 11th of March. And there's a list of 7 companies that you send to Sergeant Nkosi at 3:06 p.m. and then a few minutes later you send him a message to explain. And you say, "Afternoon, Captain, I trust you are well and your family. The above is from the Red Berets. Please check with Mfowethu if it's the same with his from CIC Juju to verify the authenticity." Now, just to clarify, you refer to Sergeant Nkosi in these chats as Captain,
Correct.
and you refer to the CFO as Mfowethu,
Correct.
and they refer to you as General.
That's correct.
Let's go through this message and just clarifying, the above is from the Red Berets, that's presumably the EFF.
It's not from the EFF. 2 guys, as I indicated previously, Muzi and Sipo, came to me claiming to be having these companies from the EFF, of which I wanted to ascertain how true is it, because these are people I know years back while we were still in the student movement. So only to find that it's not true, there's nothing like this.
I understand that, but when you refer to Red Berets, you're referring to the EFF, even though in this particular case you later established that Muzi and Sipo did not represent the EFF.
That's correct.
What did Muzi and Sipo want you to do with that list of companies?
Sorry, beg your pardon?
Muzi and Sipo, who pretended to represent the EFF, what did they want you to do with that list of companies?
It's common knowledge, SC, that people sometimes take chances, they moonlight, and many people are name-dropping people's name. For instance, they indicated they were with the CFO, which is not true. So people take chances. I mean, they do many things just to access, money from companies and so forth.
But what were they wanting to do? I mean, we've established that they were taking chances, but what were they hoping they would achieve by giving you this list of companies?
Someone will come and say, I'm connected to these people and so forth, who can assist you, and approach me and so forth. I grew up with them. They said, they were with the CFO, only to find it's not true. They've never been with the CFO. They said, if I have a way, remember I once worked
Sorry,
within...
Deputy Chief, we get the name dropping, but
Yes.
what were they seeking to achieve?
They thought I have a way within, this process to help them.
So So were these companies who were bidding for TMPD1, these 7 companies?
These 7 companies, yes, correct.
And they thought if they told you that these companies were the EFF's companies, you might be able to help them get the tender.
I think so,
That's how you understood their approach.
yes.
You said in your message to Sergeant Nkosi, please check with Mfowethu, please check with the CFO, if it's the same with his from CIC Juju. So you thought that the CFO would have a list of EFF companies from Mr. Malema.
I never thought, they said they were from the CFO. They said they gave this list to the CFO.
But then why, sorry, when you refer to CIC Juju, are you referring to Mr. Malema?
That's what I wanted to check, because that's what they said.
They said what?
They said that they are working with Mr. Malema, these people, only to find it was not true. They were lying.
But what you say is check with Mfowethu, check with the CFO if it's the same with his from CIC Juju, which is a reference to Mr. Malema. So you are saying check with the CFO if it's the same with a list that the CFO got from Mr. Malema. Is that not what you're saying?
No, that's not correct.
What are you saying then?
I'm saying they said they give the same to the CFO, so I'm saying he must verify if this is the same.
But that's not what you say in the message. What you say in the message is please check with Mfowethu if it's the same with his from CIC Juju.
Much as I'm saying, that's not what the message said. The message was saying check if this is the same. That's what they said. They gave the CFO the same list.
But then why mention from CIC Juju in the message? Why draw Mr. Malema into this at all?
That's what they said. They gave the CFO the same.
Yes, but did they say they went to...
They are saying they are from CIC Juju, so much as I say check.
Sorry, they're saying...
They said they are from the CIC. The Sipo and Muzi claim to be, bidding for the CIC Juju.
Yes, Sipo and Muzi were chances. They were saying they were bidding for the EFF.
Yes.
They weren't, as a matter of fact. You later established they weren't.
Yes.
But then why mention Mr. Malema in this message? Because what you say is check with the CFO, Mfowethu, if it's the same with his from CIC Juju.
Much as I'm saying, they said they are from the CIC Juju, much as I mentioned it here.
Dhlamini, that's not what you are saying in the email. You may have meant that, but that's not what the chat says. Sorry, not the email.
Yes, much as I'm saying, writing a message might not mean what you actually want to translate, but that's what I meant.
And you don't mention Muzi and Sipo at all in this chat.
Yes, I did not mention them here.
So why do you mention Mr. Malema? Why do you not say, check if the list he has is the same one from Muzi and Sipo?
They claim to be coming from the CIC.
But that's not what you are saying here. You're not saying they are claiming.
I wanted to be clear so that when he verifies, he says, remember that we are not only speaking on messages only. I also called to say this is the situation, explain in detail. A message will not capture everything, Commissioner.
Deputy Commissioner, what the message does capture is that you know the CFO to have a list from the CIC. That's what your message conveys.
Yes.
You know him to have a list from the CIC. That's
From Sipo and Muzi.
No, that's not what your message says. That's not what is captured in your message. Your message captures that you know that the CFO has a list from the CIC, and you are asking Sergeant Nkosi that the CIC should look at that list, which he has from the CIC, and compare it with the list that you say came to you from Muzi and Sipo. That's what you're doing. There are two different lists.
Commissioner, Muzi and Sipo.
Oh, sorry, the CFO should, okay, let me start. I don't want to be misunderstood. Let me start. Your message conveys that in so many words, it's not a question of interpretation. Your words in this message conveys that you know that the CFO has a list that he got, and it's a list of the CIC, in brackets, Juju. You know that the CFO has that list. And what you are doing with your message is saying to Sergeant Nkosi, the CFO should compare that list, which you know he has from the CIC, compare it with this list that you say was given to you by Muzi and Sipo. That's what your message is conveying.
No, Commissioner. Sipo and Muzi came to me and said we have a list from the CIC that we have given to the CFO. I'm saying verify if this is the same.
Yeah, but your message doesn't say the CFO must confirm that the list he got from Sipo and Muzi, he should compare them, that it is the same as the one that they gave you, the same people gave to you. That's not what you're conveying. You are clearly conveying that the CFO is sitting with a list that he got from the CIC. That's what your message says.
That's what I learned from Sipo and Muzi, Commissioner.
Right. Thank you.
A few answers back, you said you don't communicate through WhatsApp chats only. You also talk. Who are you referring to? Who would you talk to?
I called Sergeant Nkosi to explain, to say I was with these two individuals that I grew with.
Okay, all right. I just
Yes.
wanted to know who you were referring to. Yes, Mr. Shaskalson.
Why did you want to know if Muzi and Sipo were telling the truth when they said those companies came from the EFF?
They are name dropping the CFO, they are name dropping the EFF. And I don't know them as members of the EFF.
Why is it relevant whether those companies came from the EFF or not?
People name drop, they tarnish people's name. I mean, you know that. I mean, since this appeared, people have been, reporting false things about the Mr. Malema having companies and so forth, while they are not from him.
What would you have done if the CFO reported to you that, yes, these companies are from the EFF? I've been told these companies are from the EFF.
I just wanted to establish the link of those people. I know them from SOSCO, COSAS, and so forth, and to say, where are they? I know them as members of the ANC, and if they've shifted now to the EFF, what is happening? These are youngsters that I grew with. They are old now. They were youngsters I grew up with.
Deputy Commissioner, you say these people wanted you to help them or assist them with the tender.
Yes, Commissioner.
Right? You say that. So you know that's why they gave you this list. They want to get a certain advantage through your assistance to do with the tender. So when you send this same list to the CFO, even on your version, even if one accepted your version, that you were not you didn't know that he has a list you were not conveying that he has a list from the CIC. On your version, you sent this list to what end? You know the purpose of the list. It's to get assistance and advantage in a tender process. When you send it to the CFO, it's for what purpose? It cannot be you want to verify that they are members of the ANC, of the EFF. It's irrelevant. This is a tender process. It's a tender process of the city, has nothing or should have nothing to do with whether people are ANC or not. It shouldn't matter. In fact, you should, if you were acting properly, you would have kicked them out of your office, right? And said, I want nothing to do with this. You don't do that. You forward it to the CFO.
Commissioner.
To what end are you giving him the list?
Commissioner, they make name dropping. There's a number of people who come to my office. There's ex-combatants who come sometimes with the hope that I might assist them. If they are honest, and I can see these people are honest, I do explain to them. To say, I'm no longer working with these things, I'm not involved in these things, because they were honest. But people who come and name drop someone, you'll definitely want to verify the authenticity.
So if this was authentic, what, you would have helped them with the tender?
No.
Then exactly my question, what is the point of you sharing this list with the CFO? Name dropping cannot be your explanation for it. We are talking about a tender process. They don't come to you to say, we know so-and-so. They're not. That's not the purpose. They didn't come to you to say, we know the CIC. They came to you on your version for help with the tender process. And that help is to help them get this tender. That's why, and that's what you understand. You forward the list with that understanding that these people have come to you not to name drop, but to get assistance with a tender. You forward it. And the question is, why do you forward it when you know that it's being given to you for an improper purpose? It doesn't matter whether they say the president, the mayor, deputy mayor, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. What matters is they come to you to say, assist us to get this tender, and you know that's improper. When you give it to the CFO, it is for what purpose?
If they come to me, Commissioner, and say, assist us, and not use people's name, I'll explain to them. But they are using people's name. If they could have came and be frank and honest, then I could have done that. But they are using people's name.
All right, that's your answer. Thank you.
Why did you ask Sergeant Nkosi to check with the CFO rather than just asking the CFO yourself directly?
I know that Sergeant Nkosi has a relationship with the CFO. I don't have the CFO's numbers. I don't have, a relationship with the CFO.
Why can't you just look up the CFO's number on an internal Tswane directory?
Because I knew that Sergeant Nkosi, I know him and he has a relationship with the CFO. It was going to work better for me, for him to verify for me.
But on the face of it, this is a matter concerning the business of Tswane, is it not?
It's correct.
Someone is coming to you with a list that they say is the EFF's list and suggesting that you might interfere with the tender process in Tswane tender TMPD 1 of 24-25 to privilege these companies. That's what the approach is about, is it not?
correct as I explained, SC, that if they could have came like other people who come and say, look, we are ex-combatant or we are military veterans, can you assist? I'll explain to them to say, I don't have that authority to be able to do so. I have done so in many people, but they were name-dropping people's name, which becomes dangerous in this instance.
And they are suggesting not only do they expect you to assist them, but they also expect the CFO to assist them because they're telling you he's got the same list from Mr. Malema.
They are claiming so, trying to canvass me.
Yes. So they are suggesting to you that that the CFO is implicated in an attempt to rig this tender in favor of a list of companies that are ostensibly EFF companies, and two, that they want you to do that as well. Isn't that what they're suggesting to you?
That's what I think they were name dropping. They were doing two things: name drop the name of the CFO, the EFF in this whole thing.
But the clear implication of their letter, of their message, or their communication to you, we don't know if it was WhatsApp or face-to-face. Was it WhatsApp or face-to-face?
They came to me.
So it was face-to-face, it was a conversation they had?
Yes.
Did they come to you in your office or at your house?
They came to my office.
So they come to your office and they essentially communicate to you that Mr. Malema has given a list of EFF companies to the CFO. That's correct?
They are saying they were with the CFO. They've given him a list from the CIC Juju and they are giving me the list.
The answer to that, Deputy Chief, should have been a simple yes. Am I wrong?
No, as he says, Mr. Malema gave a list to the CFO, which is not correct, Commissioner.
Mr. Shaskel, did you say it was Mr. Malema who gave the list?
That the CFO has a list from Mr. Malema is what I said.
Apologies, Deputy Chief, apologies.
So they didn't convey to you that Mr. Malema had given a list to the CFO?
No.
No, they didn't. They just said that they had given a list to the CFO.
Correct. I see.
Why then, in your message, did you refer to a list that Mfowethu had from CIC Juju?
Much as I'm saying it's a message, but that's what they said. My typing maybe might have appeared to be sounding otherwise.
Well, it's not your typing, it's your message. You say, check with Mfowethu if it's the same with his from CIC Juju. So your message presupposes that there is a list from Mr. Malema that has been given to the CFO.
From them. The list came with them.
Yes, but you're now telling us that what they told you is that there was a list that they gave to the CFO and that they didn't mention Mr. Malema.
No.
But you were then the first person to mention Mr. Malema.
To say they are doing that on behalf of the EFF.
Yes, but according to you, they didn't say that the list that they told the CFO that the list came from Mr. Malema. They didn't tell you that.
No.
So they didn't say, we've come from the CFO and given him a list from Mr. Malema.
They said they have a list that is from Mr. Malema. They gave it to the CFO. When I verified with the CFO, it was not true.
Sorry, how did you verify with the CFO? Because you said earlier you were not talking with the CFO, you were talking
I
with
verified through Sergeant Gosi. I sent this message to Sergeant Gosi.
But then why do you say I verified with the CFO? Why don't you say I verified with Sergeant Nkosi?
Through Sergeant Gosi.
where is the text where you verify through Sergeant Nkosi with the CFO?
I send a message to Sergeant Nkosi to
Yes,
say
where
that.
is that? I'm asking for that message. Where is it? Where you
431,
verify?
Commissioner. In message 431, I'm saying, afternoon, Captain, I trust you are well. I'm saying the above is from the Red Beret. Please check with him forward to if it's the same with his and so forth to verify the authenticity.
Yes, where is that verification? Where do they come back to you and say there is no list from the EFF or there is no list from the CIC?
Sergeant Nkosi called me and informed
Or it
me.
was a phone call?
Yes.
Deputy Chief, is there no contact list of the Tswane employees?
There is, Commissioner.
What was so difficult with you getting the CFO's number from that contact list, calling him and directly verifying from him? Why did this have to go via Sergeant Nkosi?
I took advantage of the relationship Sergeant Nkosi has.
No,
with-
that doesn't make sense.
with
No,
the CFO.
that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. If you want to make a genuine verification with an employee of Tswane, you being an employee of Tswane, there is a contact list which is readily available. Why don't you take that contact list and call the CFO and seek this verification? What you say about their relationship does not make sense. Why did you not do that? Why not pick up the contact list and call the CFO directly?
Commissioner, if you are close to someone, I've never had a meeting with the CFO. We meet only when it's formal meetings. I've never had a chat with the CFO.
This is not about closeness. This is about Tswane business. This is about Tswane business and the sort of thing you should inquire about directly from another Tswane employee. It has nothing to do with familiarity. Why did you not pick up the contact list, get the number, and call the CFO? What you are saying does not make sense at all.
Commissioner, I think we should agree that we might not approach matters on the same way.
On the what?
Or on the same way. It might be ideal that I could have looked for the CFO's contact numbers and called
let's
him.
assume that you were not aware of any relationship between the CFO and Sergeant Nkosi. What would you have done then?
I could have left it.
Not inquire at all.
Yes, I could have left it.
Did you
Because
see a
I
need,
did not trust them.
Did you see a need to inquire from the CFO?
I did not trust them.
Did you see the need to inquire from the CFO?
Yes, Commissioner.
But you say you would have dropped the subject altogether without verifying, just because there was no Sergeant Nkosi. Is that what you are saying?
I'm saying because I knew their relationship,
No.
make use of
I'm
it.
talking about dropping, because I understood you have 2 questions back to say you just have dropped the whole thing. So I'm saying just because of the absence of a Sergeant Nkosi, you would have dropped the subject, even though you considered it something serious enough for you to have had to inquire from the CFO. So you would have dropped it because there would be no Sergeant Nkosi.
If I could have met him in a meeting sometime, yes, I might have asked him.
No, that's not my question. My question is, would you have dropped it just because there was no Sergeant Nkosi?
I'm saying I could have either wait up until I go to a meeting where he is, then I could have asked him.
You said you would have dropped the subject.
At that time, I'm saying at that time, but because I knew Sergeant Nkosi at that time, much as I wrote this message to him quick.
And then you would have asked him if an opportunity presented itself for you to meet the CFO, and then you would have asked him, you say.
Yes.
But I still don't understand. There is a contact list. Why wait for a chance meeting? There is a contact list. Why not pick up that contact list and call the CFO? Why wait for a chance meeting, which might never eventuate?
That was going to be more ideal for me, Commissioner, to discuss with him face to face. Because
that too doesn't
I've
make-
never had his contact or call him just to ask him about these matters.
That too, Deputy Chief, does not make sense. You want to comment?
No, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Chaskafson. Or let's just look at the time. Let's adjourn and resume at 11:35. Let's adjourn.
Good morning again. We're ready to resume. Please switch off your devices. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Cheselton.
Chair, before we start, there were two issues that we had to address from the morning session. The one was a further document that Deputy Chief Dhlamini had obtained for the Commission. And I understand that copies of that document are about to be handed up to you. There's the separate issue of the number of taxis in Deputy Chief Dhlamini's family business. Deputy Chief, do you have the document, the latest document? Can you just explain to the Commission what it is and what you want the Commission to make of it?
Thanks. I think, SC, I thought maybe we'll read it when we come to issues of recruitment because it relates to recruitment, my involvement around
If that's the convenient way of doing it, I'm happy with that. Then it was suggested that this morning by the chair that you could just write down the number of taxis in your brother's family business, but you wanted to speak to someone before you did that.
Yes.
Can you report on that conversation?
I was advised by my family that I should not expose them, put them to exposure.
There won't be any exposure because it won't be made public. It will just be it will just be shown to myself and the commissioners.
They feel they are party to them, so it should not be a mass.
Let's leave it there, Mr. Cheselton.
Thank you, Chair. Can we then go back to where we were? And we had been discussing the three messages that you sent to Sergeant Nkosi on the 9th and 11th of March last year. Now, that last message, afternoon, Captain, I trust you well and your family. Above is from the Red Berets. Please check with Mfowethu if it's the same with his from CRC Juju to verify the authenticity. You wanted Sergeant Nkosi to show that to the CFO, to get the CFO's response. You're nodding, that's a yes.
Yes. Yes.
The first one, afternoon, my brother, I trust you well and your family. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. The two vehicles for land are Ngapeshea Security Services and El Shaddai Security Services. Did you want him to send that to the CFO as well?
No, he requested me to get information from Nico. Then Nico sent me a message to say the two vehicles for land are the following. Then I shared that message. I only edited that message and added certain information on it, then send it to Sergeant Nkosi.
Now, if we go to...
Sorry, Mr. Cheselton. And you say this message about the two vehicles, when it was for what purpose?
He said it was for land invasion. He said I must check with Nico Matovela which companies did he prepare compliance for, the one of Peggy and the other one, to forward it to him.
I see. Thank you.
Can I just ask a question? How would you and Nico Matabela know whether the El Shaddai and Ngapeshe bids were compliant?
He was helping them with compliance, as I indicated earlier on that I referred Sergeant Kosi to Nico Matabela to assist him in that.
So he had essentially been engaged, or they'd engaged him to help put a compliant bid together.
Sergeant Kosi approached him, then to assist Peggy. I said, I can't assist. I refused to help. I said, I referred him to Nico Matabela to be able to help him with that.
So he asked you to assist Becky. You said, I can't do it, I'm in the city, but I can refer you to Nico.
That's correct. SC.
And then Becky and Nico presumably had some sort of meeting where they worked on putting the bid together so that it would be compliant.
That's correct, SC.
But why then did Sergeant Nkosi need you in March 25 to find out from Nico whether the bid was compliant?
I think he prefers speaking to me to ascertain certain factors.
But presumably, Nico and Becky had worked together, and by the time the bid was submitted, Nico had done what needed to be done to make the bid compliant. I mean, that was Nico's function, was it not?
That's correct.
And Nico would have told Becky, okay, we've got everything in order, you can submit now.
That's correct.
So why, some 5 months later, did Sergeant Nkosi need you to go back to Nico to ask, is the bid compliant?
I think he wanted to ascertain that.
Yes, but Nico would have told Becky before Becky submitted that the bid was compliant, would he not?
Maybe it's
That was his job.
It's a level of trust maybe that he has in me. It's a young boy that I grew up, I've groomed, so perhaps the level of trust he has within me.
Sorry, who is the young boy, Nico or Sergeant Nkosi?
Sergeant Nkosi.
But I still don't understand, because you put Becky in touch with Nico through Sergeant Nkosi.
Correct.
You say, this is a man who knows how to help with the administrative requirements of tenders. He will help you, I can't.
That's correct. CS.
Then Nico
SC.
And Becky together work on the Ngapeshe bid so that they can submit a bid that is compliant. You're nodding again, yes. Now,
That's correct. SC.
presumably, before that bid goes in, Nico has said to Becky, we've now ticked all the boxes, our bid is compliant, we can now submit it, it's now a question of price and VE. That was Nico's job, was it not?
That's correct.
And Nico would have told Becky, we've done what we can, this bid is compliant, we can submit it.
It's correct, SC.
And that would have happened before the bid was submitted.
That's correct, SC.
And the closing date for bids was, I think, 2 October of the previous year.
Correct.
So 5 months previously, Nico and Becky would have had one or more meetings where they finalized the bid. Nico would have told Becky, this bid is, we're good to go now, submit.
That's correct.
So why would Sergeant Nkosi now, 5 months later, need you to ask Nico, was the bid compliant?
He asked me to say, much as I indicated, he requested me a previous day. Unfortunately, I could not verify to say, apart from Peggy, which bit did he also assist in terms of compliance? He wanted, me to send him those names.
Oh, so the request from Sergeant Nkosi was not confirm that the bids are compliant, but did Becky help anybody else?
Did Nico help anybody
Sorry,
else?
did Nico help anybody else?
Correct.
Sorry, yes.
I see.
And Nico writes back saying, yes, Nico informs you that he helped Ngapashe and El Shaddai.
To say the 2 vehicles for land are the following.
So the wording, the 2 vehicles for land are Ngapashe and El Shaddai, was Nico's wording.
Was Nico's word.
But when I asked you at the beginning whether this was a message that you composed or one that you forwarded, you said you composed it.
I said I edited the message and sent it to Fana.
Okay. So, afternoon, my brother, is what you put in.
Yes.
I trust you are well and your family. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. That's all you.
Yes.
And then you've cut and pasted from
The message
from Nico.
I got from Nico.
I see.
Just to make sure that I understand, so please read what came from Nico.
The 2 vehicles for land are, he sent that message.
So all the way to the end, up to love.
No.
Oh.
The only the
So
2
it's just
vehicles.
the 2
are-
vehicles for land are 1, Ngapesheya, 2, El Shaddai, that's
Yes.
all. All right.
If we go to page 148, that would be a file 3, not file 4.
File
3.
3. The same.
That's the chat of the CFO and Sergeant Nkosi.
Maybe if, I wonder if before we go there, I can perhaps take you through some matters to clarify perhaps also this, or maybe I'll do that later on.
Sorry, maybe explain to me what it is you want to go to, because if we might get there anyway, but if not, then by all means do it.
Maybe I'll go when we are done with.
Okay.
Yes.
So, do you have page 148?
File 3.
Yes. And there you'll see that on the, and remember, these are the chats between Sergeant Nkosi and the CFO, so you've got to add 2 hours to every time that you see on these chats. You'll see that on the 11th of March, at 3:21, it says 1:21, but we add 2 hours, so it's 3:21, Sergeant Nkosi forwards to the CFO all 3 of the messages we've been discussing, the messages that you sent him. The first one saying, afternoon, my brother, I trust you're well and your family. My sincere apologies for the delay in sending this message. The 2 vehicles for land are Ngapashe Security Services and El Shaddai. Have a blessed Sunday and lots of love. That's the first, and then immediately underneath the list of the 7 companies, and then below, afternoon, Captain, I trust you're well and your family. The above's from the Red Berets. Please check with Mfowethu if it's the same with his from CIC Juju to verify the authenticity. And you'll see that if we go on to page 149, a few minutes after sending there is a call at 3:24 that Sergeant Nkosi makes or tries to make. Then he sends a message in Mfowethu. Then there's another call at 3:25, and then at 3:26 the CFO calls back. And then there are some calls later on in the day. Now, from your evidence, I understand that you expected Sergeant Nkosi to forward the second and the third messages to the CFO because you wanted the CFO's response to the suggestion that those companies were EFF companies. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you didn't expect him to forward the first one?
I only asked him to do the one to verify for me the second one.
Yes.
Yes.
So you don't know why Sergeant Nkosi forwarded the first one?
No, I wouldn't know.
Now, you've said to us that you asked Sergeant Nkosi to check with the CFO whether your list from Muzi and Sipo was authentic, and that he reported to you on the phone that it was not.
Correct?
Did you take any follow-up action in relation to that? I mean,
I did not take any follow-up action, much as it was within my feeling that Muzi is not truthful to me.
Let's then move to the second exchange. And for that, I need you to go to page 432. And there in chat number 6, you'll see at 26 minutes past 8 in the morning, Sergeant Nkosi sent you a WhatsApp saying, "Morning, General, the list of preferred people for demolition." Before we get to that message, I want to take you to page 152. Just remember that's 8:26. On the 18th of March. 152.
152. Same file.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. It's file 3. It's file 3. And there you'll see, just towards the foot of the page, at 6:22, which means 8:22, 8:22:47, there was a call from the CFO to Sergeant Nkosi. So at 8:22:47, there's a call from the CFO, and if we go back to 432, we'll see 8:22:47 was the call, 8:26:32, well, in fact, if we go a little earlier, 8:25, there's a call from Sergeant Nkosi to you, or an attempted call, and at 8:26:32, Sergeant Nkosi sends you a text, "Morning, General, the list of preferred people for demolition." What was Sergeant Nkosi asking you for?
I think the task is clear, SC, that he's looking for companies for a land invasion tender.
What does he mean, preferred people?
He said he need people that, he preferred people for demolition, but he was looking for me to check with Nico which people did he assist.
But why would the people assisted by Nico be preferred people?
I can't tell SC on that one, but that's what he was asking for.
He was asking which people Nico assisted,
Yes,
but you'd already told him which people Nico assisted. You told him that a week previously on the 11th of March.
he needed additional name list.
Sorry, he
He
needed
needed additional people.
why would he need additional people? Did he explain to you?
He did not.
So you understood him to be asking, please tell me which people Nico assisted with in relation to this tender.
Yes,
You'd already told him a week previously that Nico had assisted Ngapashe and El Shaddai.
yes,
And you'd explained to him a week previously that when you forwarded that message, the two vehicles for land on Ngapashe and El Shaddai, those were the two companies that Nico had assisted.
that's correct.
And you didn't find it strange that you'd already told him once, these are the people who Nico has assisted, and now he's asking you the same question again a week later.
That's correct. As much as I'm saying, if I can take you to say, when you look at these charts, a 431 of file, I mean, when I was giving him the names he requested, that's file 4. I gave him what he wanted a day before. That was from Nico. I sent it to him. I mean, it's the 9th, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right, chat number
The
1 on
9th
page
of
431.
March. And he comes again after 9 or 10 days. He sent me this message on 432, on page 432. Say, morning general, the list of preferred people for demolition. He sent me now this mail. It's 10 or 9 days after.
Yes, 9 days later.
9 days later.
And you're saying it was the same question that he'd asked you on the 9th.
Yes.
Why did he think the answer might change in the intervening 9 days? Was Nico continuing to assist people?
I'm saying I never responded on that message. You can see that I never responded up until, I mean, when you go to the messages we are in now, on, I think it might be on the 25th.
Well, you never responded in writing, but if we look at those messages, what we see is immediately after that text gets sent, at 8:33:52, there is a call from Sergeant Nkosi.
Yes,
At 8:34, there is another call from Sergeant Nkosi over the page on 433.
yes.
At 8:37, you call Sergeant Nkosi.
Yes. He tried to call me, send a message, he tried to call me twice, he never found me. I called him back.
Yes, so you called him back at 8:37.
Yes. And he explained to me what is it that he wants.
And what did you tell him?
I said I'll verify, I'll check with Nico, and I never responded to him, I think for days or so. It might be more than, I think it's how many days that I never came back to him. Up until it was on the 18th, then he
Sorry, before we get to the 18th, I want to stay on. Sorry, it is the 18th. But we're dealing with the 18th now. So we're dealing with the morning of the 18th. 8:37 is the end of that attempt of a series of calls. You get back to him at 8:37. He explains to you.
Yes.
But did he mention anything about wanting this information in relation to a call that he had had with the CFO.
He never indicated to me.
Never indicated to you.
Yes.
You see, if we go back to his chats with the CFO, your call with him is at 8:37. So the sequence is, he gets a call from the CFO, we've seen already, early in the morning, at 8:22. At 8:25, he calls you. At 8:26, he sends you this message. Morning, General, the list of preferred people for demolition. Then he tries to get you, you come back to him at 8:37. And you explain to him that the only two people that Nico had helped were Ngapashe and El Shaddai. Did you point out to him that you'd already told him this 9 days previously?
I said he requested initially, much as I'm saying, then he said he needed additional people that, he had worked on, he have assisted. It's the 18th here of March, as you can see. Much as I was trying to indicate to say, I might not be, privy to Sergeant Kosi's discussions with the CFO. He came initially, I gave him, he wrote again on the 18th, and up until he explained to me. And I never went back to him. I think perhaps I was caught up or busy with other things. Up until he comes again back to me on the 25th to say, I requested you to check for me. Could you kindly do so? I need that, urgently so.
Well, we'll get to the 25 quite soon. But before we do, why would you understand people who had been helped by Nico as preferred people? Because his message to you is the list of preferred people for demolition. What makes the people who have been assisted by Nico preferred?
I took it maybe because he assisted Peggy, I don't know.
No, it doesn't make sense, Deputy Chief, your answer. The question is, the message says, the message from Sergeant Kosi is list of preferred people. Why would you understand that to mean people who have been assisted by Nico? It's a very specific choice of words.
Yes.
The list of preferred people. He doesn't say in this message the list of people assisted
Yes.
by Nico. He said prefer, and it does have a specific meaning. Why would you understand this to mean people assisted by Nico?
Preferred people, I'll explain it when we come to the 25, because he said he needed people who Nico assisted in terms of compliance, that their bidders, Nico could see to say these comply, that he preferred to say they meet the requirements.
No, it's the 18th of March, before you get to the 25th.
Yes.
We are at the 18th of March. On the 18th of March, why did you understand this to mean people who have been assisted by Nico?
As preferred people.
Why do you understand Sergeant Nkosi saying preferred people? Why do you understand that to mean people assisted by Nico on the 18th of March?
I understood it as people who meet the compliance standard of the tender as preferred people.
Yeah, now, can you just explain it again? Maybe it's me, it's not you.
I'm saying I understood it as people who meet all the requirements as preferred.
You see, that's different from saying people assisted by Nico. If all he was asking was, give me the names of the people that have been assisted by Nico, that's a different inquiry from give me the list of people who have met the requirements.
I don't know why he wrote it this way, but he said it was people who are preferred in terms of meeting the requirement.
No, it's not. My question is not about why he wrote it this way. It is, and that's a question of Mr. Chaskalson, is why did you understand it the way you say you understood it, or the way you say it means, which is he wanted to know who has been assisted by Nico when the message says list of preferred people for demolition. You tell us you understood it, or he was saying to you, give me the list of people assisted by Nico. That's your first answer. And the question is, but how do you understand this message to mean that?
Yes, it's preferred commissioner in terms of meeting the requirement, those that he preferred.
Okay. No, that answer doesn't make sense, sorry.
Deputy Chief, so people here meant bidders, correct?
Yes.
There's technical language that is used in the procurement industry. Is it not so that ordinarily, and with the technical language in mind, that preferred, you've said people means bidders, so is it not so that preferred bidders would ordinarily mean bidders who are preferred to get the award? Ordinarily, please forget about what the actual inquiry was about. Ordinarily, preferred bidders would mean bidders that are preferred for the award. Ordinarily, is that not so?
Ordinarily, yes, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Dhlamini, at this stage in March, the bid process was at evaluation stage, correct?
Correct,
The
Commissioner.
submission happened in September of the previous year because the closing date was October the 2nd.
Correct, Commissioner.
Did you not find it odd that the discussion about whether from NICO's perspective the bids comply did not happen in October, but it is happening in March of the following year when it is Tshwane that is evaluating the bids?
Much as I'm saying, Commissioner, that's what he requested from me to verify, to check with Nico, and
My question to you is, did you not find it odd that this discussion, because if somebody wanted you to verify with Nico, they would ask you that in October of the previous year when Nico was working on the submissions. Why is he asking you to check with Nico when the bids are no longer with Nico, but they are with TMPD for evaluation?
It was odd, Commissioner. Much as I'm saying, I'll show the commission to say, I never had interest in this. And I'll take you through the steps to say, I never responded to Sergeant Gosi.
So you accept that it was odd that you were being asked about a list of
Yes.
preferred people while TMPD was evaluating the same bids?
Correct, Commissioner.
A historical fact, correct? This is an inquiry that relates to something historical that happened in October.
It's closed in October.
In
Yes.
fact, it relates to even before, because it would have related to a period prior to the submission of the bids. So quite historical.
Yes.
It would have served no purpose. So it was an inquiry that was not taking anybody anywhere.
Correct.
Useless information.
Correct, Commissioner.
That did not.
Much as a Commissioner, you'll take into account that when he came back again on the 25th to me, I sent him a first message because I'm saying he's looking for something that, he came for the first time. I gave him those names. He comes again, then I send him the first message that I explained to say, these things I thought, they are put to rest. This is what Nico told me.
And you did not ask him, but to what end? This, as I say, is historical. This, as I say, is useless information. This, as I say, this is information that would have assisted nobody.
Yes.
And you don't ask him, but this inquiry, to what end? You don't ask him that.
I did not go to that an extent.
Why not?
Commissioner.
Why not?
I sent him a
Why not? Why not? Please don't tell me what you sent him. Why not?
I felt I don't have any business to do, Commissioner, with this. I don't have any interest.
Yes, Mr. Shaskelson.
So all you did is you told him again, Nico only helped Ngapashaya and El Shaddai.
Initially, he demanded, those two. He came back again to say he needs additional names, SC. Much as I'm saying, if I can take you, through the sequence of
No,
events.
wait. Before you go forward, you say he demanded those two names. Who demanded those two names?
Captain
Sergeant Ngozi.
Sergeant Ngozi.
So he demanded what in relation to those two names?
To say I must confirm if Nico he can give him the two names for land invasion. And I forwarded those names to him.
So are we talking about the 11th of March or the 9th of March or the 18th
We're
of
talking
March?
about the 9th of March.
So he demanded the two names for land invasion. How did you understand that demand?
Much as I'm saying, he said I must check with Nico to give him two names that he have assisted in terms of the land invasion.
So he has. So the first question that he gets is, give me two names from Nico of companies he has assisted for land invasion.
Yes.
Now he knows that Ngapashaya has been assisted by Nico because you have told him,
Yes.
use Nico to help your brother because I can't help your brother.
Yes.
So it's not much use to him to be told by you that Nico has helped Ngapashaya. He already knows that.
Yes.
So when you say he wanted the names of two companies that have been assisted by Nico, why would he be interested in Ngapashaya in that context? He knows that Nico's helped Ngapashaya.
Yes.
But so why would he ask you to confirm that which all three of you, Nico and Sergeant Nkosi, clearly know and have known for the last 6 months that Ngapashaya was helped by Nico in preparing the bid?
Yes, he wanted two Ngapeshaya and the other name.
So he was. So the demand was, I want to know which one other company apart from Ngapashaya was helped by Nico.
He wanted two names, yes.
Yeah,
Two names, Ngapeshaya and the other.
Yes, but he didn't want two names because he already knew one of those names. He knew that Ngapashaya had been helped. You knew that Ngapashaya had been helped. Becky knew that Ngapashaya had been helped. All three of you knew that Nico had helped Ngapashaya.
That's correct.
So he wouldn't be asking you to confirm that Nico had helped Ngapashaya.
That's what he looked for, SC, from me.
But, sorry, Deputy Chief, it just doesn't make sense at all, because he wouldn't ask you a question. Who was helped by Nico? Was Ngapashaya helped by Nico? When he knew Ngapashaya was helped by Nico, you knew that Ngapashaya was helped by Nico. You knew that he knew that Ngapashaya was helped by Nico. How could he be asking you to confirm that Ngapashaya was helped by Nico? You both knew that that was the case.
That's what he requested, SC, and much as I forwarded him those two names.
That's not the question, Deputy Chief. Why would he ask this when he knew that all the role players knew that Ngapeshia had been assisted by Nico? Why? The question is why. Can you please answer the question now?
I indicate, Commissioner, to say, he asked me to say, give me two names, being Ngapeshia and the other name that Nico assisted.
That's still not answering the why. Please, Deputy Chief.
I'm not sure, Commissioner.
That's not about what he asked for. It's about why he would have asked about Ngapeshia having been assisted by Nico when all the role players, including you, knew that he had been assisted, including Sergeant Kosi, including you.
He knew, Commissioner. Yes, I confirm he knew about
the question is
Ngapeshia.
why. The question is why. Why would the inquiry still have been made? Please.
He wanted the second name, Commissioner.
Mr. Shaselson?
So you're now saying that what he was asking for was essentially who is the second company that that Nico helped?
Correct.
We all know he helped Ngapeshia. Who's the second company?
Correct, SC.
And when he asks you on the 18th, the list of preferred people for demolition, what is he asking then?
SC, much as I indicate to you to say, I send him this, he comes again on the 18th to say the list of preferred people for demolition.
And what did you tell him? Because you explained, well, first, what did you understand by that request? What was he asking?
To say he needed a list of preferred bidders for land invasion who have tendered.
So now he wanted a list of preferred bidders.
Yes.
In other words, the bidders who have made it through a stage of evaluation to the point at which they designated preferred bidders.
Yes, bidders who have tendered and so forth.
Yes, but preferred bidders are different from general bidders. You know, you get a list of bidders on the tender register. Preferred bidders are bidders who have been considered by the BEC and the BAC, and they are the ones who are essentially shortlisted for award.
In this instance, preferred bidders for him were those that were assisted by Nico.
But why would assistance from Nico qualify you as a preferred bidder?
I can't tell that one, Commissioner, why he looked for them.
And how did you know that that when he said the list of preferred bidders or the list of preferred people, you understood that what he meant was people helped by Nico?
Correct.
Well, how did you understand, or how did you know that was what he meant?
I understood it as preferred people who assisted by Nico in terms of compliance of their tender document.
But how? Why? I mean, it doesn't say, Morning General, can you give me a list of people who Nico assisted in TMPD 1? It says, Morning General, the list of preferred people for demolition.
That's correct, SC.
So how did you know that what he actually meant was the list of people Nico helped?
He called me, SC, and explained to me.
And what? And then you called him back and you spoke to him. We see at 8:37 a.m. on page 433.
Yes, he called first, and then he called, and then I called him back.
And did you then tell him it's Ngapeshia and El Shaddai?
I told him, then he said I must also check with Nico the other bidders that he have assisted.
You see, that doesn't tally with the external evidence, because you'll recall this whole exchange with you seems to start with a call from the CFO to Sergeant Nkosi before Sergeant Nkosi sends that text saying the list of preferred bidders. And where it ends is on page 143, when after your last call with Sergeant Nkosi, which was at 8:37, at the foot of page 152, not on 153, so it's 152. At the foot of 152, at what is 8:50, so it's after your last call, Sergeant Nkosi WhatsApps back to the CFO, Ngapashe Security Services and El Shaddai Security Services. So he's not waiting for anything further from you. He is telling the CFO, Ngapashe and El Shaddai. Now, if, as you say, you were going to go back to Nico and you told the sergeant that when you ask for a list of preferred bidders, I understand that you're asking who Nico helped. I've already told you it's Ngapashe and El Shaddai. You now say I must check if there's anybody else. I have to go back to Nico. I will come back to you. If you had said that to Sergeant Nkosi, why would he then, almost immediately after your call, WhatsApp the CFO with the two names of Ngapashe and El Shaddai?
I can't tell SC, but much as I said to him, I'll have to check with Nico because I don't have any information with me.
You see, as between Sergeant Nkosi and the CFO, they understood that this exchange had now been resolved, because you see, after Ngapashe and El Shaddai, at the foot of 152, at the top of 153, the CFO writes back, "Thanks, my bro," and Sergeant Nkosi sends him a thank you emoji. All of this is still happening before 9 o'clock in the morning on the 18th of March. But your evidence is that Sergeant Nkosi actually had asked you, who else, apart from Ngapashe and El Shaddai, did Nico help? And you had told him, I need to speak to Nico before I can answer that, because last time he told me El Shaddai and Ngapashe, and I don't understand there to be anybody else. But I'll check with him. That's your version.
That's correct.
Now you can tell me, I think you're going to take me to, well, I think you're going to take me to the 25th and the mandate that was given to Victor by Nico. But before, there's something else that happens before that. So can you just, we'll get there, but can you just wait, because I want to do it in the sequence. Because what we see on page 434 on the 21st, can you go to 434?
Yes.
In chat number 3, Sergeant Nkosi forwards you a message that says, "Good morning, I had a meeting with Action SA and EFF yesterday. Telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me." Now, how did you understand that message?
He then called me and explained the message, what is it all about, because I did not understand who had a meeting with Action SA and EFF in this regard.
And what did he explain?
He told me that is a message that was sent to him from the CFO. I mean, I think he got it from the deputy mayor or something like that.
So who apparently had the meeting with Action SA and EFF?
I'm not sure who had the meeting.
But who did Sergeant Nkosi tell you
I just
at
asked
the
him
meeting?
where does the message emanate from and what is it in conjunction with.
And he told you that it came from the CFO, and he mentioned the deputy mayor,
Yes.
but did he say, who had had the meeting with the EFF and Action SA?
He never explained that to me.
But the purpose of your call was to get clarity. What's this message about? Surely you'd have asked them who's meeting with Action SA and EFF.
He called me. He just said he wanted to show me that things are happening.
And did he explain that the things that were happening around TMPD 1?
That's exactly what he said.
And so somebody was meeting with Action SA and EFF, he was telling you, and that somebody had been told to submit 5 bidders and thought that was an insult.
Yes, that's what the message indicate.
And what was your response?
I just said it means then there's high contestation.
Sorry?
I said it seems there's high contestation.
High conversation.
High contestation, perhaps in the political sphere or something.
Have you encountered, political sphere interference in tenders before in your time at Tshwane?
I haven't, I took a decision long ago not to engage with politicians for personal reasons. I don't talk to politicians.
But have you been aware of political sphere interference in tenders previously, even if you haven't been involved in it?
No, never.
So this was the first time in your experience that you'd encountered what seemed to be an attempt at political interference in the award of a tender?
The message that he showed me, I said there's high contestation. The thing is that I avoid politicians for personal reasons, as I indicated. I have a history in politics, so I avoid them.
The high contestation that you referred to, you mean for the tender? To
Yes.
do with the tender?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's contestation by political parties who want to influence the award of the tender.
I took it like that.
Did Sergeant Nkosi not mention to you that this message had been sent to the Deputy Mayor, Mr. Modise?
He never explained that to me.
And your response was what? Just you don't want to be involved in this?
Yes. Stay far from politics.
You see, if we look at the series of phone calls around this message, it starts on page 154, file 3.
File 3.
And you'll see at the top of page 154 is the message that we've just been looking at. It gets forwarded by the CFO to Sergeant Nkosi. Then, and that's at 11:07 in the morning, you've got to add 2 hours. Then at 11:08, there is a call from the CFO to Sergeant Nkosi, and we've checked that that call lasted 9 minutes. So that takes us to 11:17, which is exactly the time that Sergeant Nkosi WhatsApps you the call, WhatsApps you the message at page 434. And then straight after sending you the message, he calls you at 11:17. Then if we go back to page 154, we see that he sent you the call at 11:17. He's made you a call at 11:17. At 11:18:26, the CFO calls him. At 11:19:51, he calls back. At 11:20, he calls back. At 11:20, he calls back again. At 11:21, the CFO calls him. That's at 11:21. We go back to your exchanges at page 434, and we see at 11:22, in chat number 5, there's another call between you and Sergeant Nkosi. So what we see is around this particular chat, a series of calls between the CFO and Sergeant Nkosi, and a series of calls between yourself and Sergeant Nkosi, and they're all interspersed. But you're saying you just made clear to Sergeant Nkosi that you wanted nothing to do with political interference.
That's correct, SC.
And in those later calls, what was going on?
I indicated that we speak frequently. I might not recall what is it that he might have been calling me for. I mean, sometimes he'll call me with regard to issues regarding either my son or whatever the case it might be. So we speak frequently. It might be either a coincidence, but when I speak to him, it's on many aspects that we speak about.
You see, let's go to the third exchange, which is, I think, the one you wanted to take me to, which is the 25th of March, page 439. Now, maybe before we get to 439, we should get to 436. Because what we see in 436 is that on the 20... sorry, I've just lost my... If you look at chat number 2 on file 4 at 111, Sergeant Nkosi at 1:11 p.m. sends you a screenshot of a conversation that he's been having with the CFO. And you'll find that screenshot at page 509. So if you go to 509. 509. And you'll see there no, I apologize. I apologize. We've got the wrong screenshot here. We don't have the correct screenshot. I won't go down that road. That screenshot was sent the day before. We haven't got the right one. But if you we don't have the right document available, but what I want to ask you is that the evidence of the CFO and Sergeant Nkosi was that on 25 March, the CFO had asked for a meeting with you and the CFO and Sergeant Nkosi were due to meet. CFO says it was due to discuss, it was about discussing issues relating to the invoicing of Gubis. Do you recall having a face-to-face meeting with the CFO and Sergeant Nkosi in relation to the invoicing of Gubis?
I never turned up for the meeting because I was going for a training run, so I could not honor the meeting.
So you recall the meeting request, as it were, but you couldn't honor it?
That's correct.
Then let's go down to page 439. And there you send Sergeant Nkosi a meeting in chat a message in chat number 5 that says, Captain, na mandate to Victor Piwe Yona. So what was that message about?
As much as I'm saying, let me then explain this to say if you go from, the matters where they've started, as you have been indicating, when I gave Sergeant Nkosi, requested those 2 names when I gave him on the 9th. You'll realize that, I gave him the names as it was said, these are my bidders or my companies. He comes again, on the 18th with that message, Morning General, the list of preferred people for demolition. And we spoke on the phone, he explained to me, and I said I'll check with Nico. I never went back to him, I think after 9 days or so in that regard. He speaks again to say, I'm still waiting, we spoke on this, and you haven't given me any feedback in that regard. That was the 18th when he sent me that preferred list for bidders. On the 25th of March, it comes again, this matter, then I check with Nico. Nico sent me the list of bidders and say, this is what was given to Victor. Then I send it to Sergeant Nkosi and say, but this is what Nico told me to say, this was given to Victor, the company, so I'm not sure why are you looking for other bidders and so forth.
So Nico said that this was a list of companies that he gave to Victor.
That's what he said.
When did he give this list to Victor? Did he explain?
No, I never asked him that.
And who is Victor?
Victor, I knew Victor as the person who works at supply chain.
Is it Victor Khopa?
I think so.
And was he chairing the BEC on this bid?
I'm not sure about it.
Well, we have had evidence elsewhere that Victor Gopa was the chair of the BEC on this bit.
Okay.
So this was a list that Nico said he gave to Victor, who we know to be the chair of the BEC.
That's correct.
And it was in relation to TMPD 1.
Correct.
And when did Victor tell you that this was the list he'd given to Victor?
I was not told by Victor, I'm told by
So
Nico.
sorry, but Nico, when did Nico tell you that this is the list he'd given
On
to
the
Victor?
25th when he sent me this list.
And if we go back to your message to Sergeant Nkosi on page 439, we see that when you send that list of companies, your covering message says Captain Nai mandate u Victor Apiwe Yona.
Correct.
So what you're telling Sergeant Nkosi is that this list of companies is the mandate that was given to Victor.
That's what Nico told me.
Now, what is a mandate?
I believe when he said this is the mandate, I'm saying Victor, it means he must work on those companies.
So Victor must work on those companies.
Correct.
So Victor must give preference to those companies in the procurement process.
That's correct.
So when we're talking about preferred bidders, we're now talking about, when we previously talked about preferred bidders, we're now dealing with a situation where there is a request for preferred bidders status for these 7 companies.
That's correct.
And what did you say to Nico when he told you this is the mandate that I've given to Victor?
As much as I send it to Sergeant Gossi to say he's looking for something while I'm being told to say already Victor was given a list of preferred bidders.
So you've got some evidence
Sorry. Please repeat that. I don't understand you.
I'm saying Nico sends me this list and say these are the preferred bidders that were given to Victor on TMPD 01. So I'm sending it to Sergeant Gossi to say you are looking for something else. This is what I'm being told.
So Sergeant Nkosi asks you for a list of other companies that Nico has assisted.
Yes.
You give him back a list that Nico tells you he has given to Victor as the mandate for TMPD 1.
Yes.
So
Then he tells me to say, no, check with Nico. I need to send the other names to the CFO. If you can ensure that Nico gives you other bidders that he have prepared in terms of compliance that I need to send to the CFO.
So, sorry, when did he say that?
On the 25th when we spoke.
And when did you speak on the 25th?
I spoke to Nico again, then he sent me a message that I sent to Sergeant Gossi.
Sorry, I'm just getting the sequence a bit confused. So you're saying that back on the, well, correct me if I'm misunderstanding you, because I don't want to put words in your mouth that are wrong. But you're saying that back on the, I think it was the 18th, Sergeant Nkosi said, give me, when he said the list of preferred bidders for TMPD, for the demolition tender, what he was actually asking for was a list of other bidders that Nico may have assisted, beyond Ngapashe and El Shaddai.
Yes.
And then you speak to Nico on the 25th, and he says, this is the mandate that I gave to Victor.
Correct.
And you understood that to mean that Nico had been communicating with Victor and had told Victor that these 7 companies and we see them on page 525, are the companies that should get the tender.
That's correct.
And so you go back to Sergeant Nkosi
Correct.
and you say to him, you asked me for the other companies that Nico had been assisting. This is the mandate that Nico gave to Victor of companies who should be given preferred bidder status.
That's correct.
So you knew that Nico was now talking to the chair of the BEC or to Victor, who you knew to be involved in procurement, and was giving Victor a list of companies who he wanted to be appointed in this case.
I don't know that. I did not know that. And I'm not sure if that's correct or it's false or it's true, but that's what he told me.
Well, Nico had said that he had talked to Victor and he had given Victor a list of 7 companies that should be given preferred bidder status.
That's what he said to me.
And what did you do with that information?
I gave it to Sergeant Nkosi to say, but you are still looking, but this is what was given already.
Now, Victor is a member of your department, is he not?
No.
Victor Hope is not a member of the TMPD.
No. He's not a member of the TMPD.
Is he from Central Procurement?
I understood him to say earlier that he is in supply chain management.
Sorry.
Yes, just a matter of detail, Mr. Shaskowski. If you've touched on this already, please forgive me, but where did Nico get this list from? Do you know?
I don't know.
Or you may continue, Mr. Shaskowski.
But at any rate, you'd now been told that Nico, who's someone who you deal with,
I dealt with when I'm dealing with issues of, I indicated that I worked with him 97 when I left the army to manage the taxi business and so forth. I worked with him in terms of, ensuring that the permits for vehicles and all those other things.
well, let me take a step back. Nico, who is the person who you refer bidders to when they want to put in place compliant bids. Nico is the man you refer them to if they ask you to help them assemble compliant bids. You say, I can't do it, but I know someone who can. Nico is that man.
I don't refer bidders to Nico. I only referred Sergeant Nkosi to say, let him help Peggy. I don't refer bidders.
Okay, well, Nico is the person you refer Sergeant Nkosi to.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Nico is now telling you that he has gone to the chair of the BEC and given him a mandate to appoint 7 companies for this bid.
That's what he said, then he sent me the list.
Yes.
I gave it to Sergeant Nkosi.
But Nico is essentially admitting to an attempt to corrupt this procurement process, is he not?
I don't know whether this was true or not. People might claim sometimes.
No, but Nico was saying he gave that list to Victor.
That's what he said.
Now, so he has been party to an attempt on his own version to corrupt the procurement process.
I can't confirm that.
Well, why can't you confirm that? He says, I've gave this list to Victor as the mandate for TMPD1.
I've seen a lot of people who lure people to say they have either connections within the city, they can help them and so forth, just to benefit, of which it's not true.
Yes, but even if it's not true, he is claiming to have been party to an attempt to corrupt the procurement process here.
A claim might not be a reality. People will let people and say, I know this judge, let's go to him, I've spoken to him. We can either arrange your bail and so forth. Sit here. I've arranged. While it's not true, the same thing that other people do, especially with supply chain processes. There's a lot of bogus people who claim sometimes to be having connections, speaking to people while it's not true. So I can't confirm that.
Deputy Chief, assuming that it was true, that is the list or the mandate had indeed been given, would that have amounted to an attempt to corrupt the tender process, assuming it was true?
Assuming it was true, yes, it amounts to that, Commissioner.
Deputy Chief, you must have assumed it is true. Why else would you have forwarded it to Sergeant Nkosi? Because you cannot forward something that you know to be false to Sergeant Nkosi. So you must have believed that it is true, because you said earlier, he gave you a list of preferred bidders. And then you said, but I already have this from Victor, so what you are asking me is already there. So which means you must have believed that you are being told the truth, because you used this very list to respond to what he had asked you earlier.
Commissioner, I asked me to check with Nico. Nico gave me that.
Exactly.
And say, this is what I've given
Exactly.
to Victor. So I assume Sergeant Nkosi must be knowing these things. Why does he keep on looking either for additional people and so forth?
But I'm saying then you must have assumed, I'm not saying you knew, you must have assumed that it is correct what you are being told, that Victor has been given this money.
I assumed as such,
Yes.
Commissioner.
And, sorry, Chair, go ahead.
You said Sergeant Nkosi's inquiry was again about who had been assisted by Nico, correct?
Correct.
Even at this late stage.
Correct.
Now you are given a list in relation to a mandate of preferred bidders now, that is, people who should be preferred for the award of the tender, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
And then you give that to Sergeant Nkosi, correct?
Correct.
And do you give it to Sergeant Nkosi on the understanding that it was a response to his inquiry?
Correct, to say it will put the matter to rest.
How could that be? How could that be a response to Sergeant Nkosi? Because now this is about preferred bidders. Sergeant Nkosi had made an inquiry about other people who had been assisted by Nico. But you are not giving him that. What you are giving him is a list of preferred bidders. How could that be a response to Sergeant Nkosi's latest inquiry? The two just do not correspond.
I thought it will put his request to rest that because Nico has done that, he might not continue.
How could it put the inquiry to rest? Because it's not answering the question. The question is, who else was assisted by Nico? And what you get is not a response to that, but rather a mandate in relation to preferred bidders. So it cannot put the inquiry to rest because it's not answering that inquiry. So why did you give him something that did not relate to the inquiry, and yet you purported to be doing exactly that? The two do not correspond, as I say.
Commissioner, there are names there, and I take once he sees those names, then he'll be satisfied.
Satisfied by something that does not, on your own understanding, answer his inquiry. How could he be satisfied?
He'll take the same name list that, Nico provide me to say I've given this to
But
Victor.
that list is not about assistance, it's about preferred bidders. So how could he be satisfied?
Commissioner, I took it that he'll be satisfied with that list.
Even though it wasn't answering the inquiry?
Much as he made the follow-up again with me.
Deputy Commissioner, Nico, who is Nico in the scheme of things?
Nico doesn't work for the city.
Yes, who is he?
He assists people with, filling bids and so forth.
So when he gives you a list which is a mandate, why do you pass it on? If he's just a random person, why do you take that list and pass it on?
Much as I'm saying, Sergeant Kosi requested me to check with him, then he gave me that list.
No, your message says na mandate Victor apiwe yona. So Victor, you've spoken to Nico. He's told you that he's got a mandate to do with this list.
Yes.
Whether he's telling the truth or not
Yes.
is irrelevant to my question. He tells you, I have a mandate relating to this list. Why do you pass it on to Sergeant Nkosi?
I was giving him information to say he's requesting names, but names have already been given.
No, your message is a mandate. It's a mandate that Victor has been given. That's what Nico tells you. Victor, the chairperson of the BEC, has been given a mandate. And this is the mandate. It's a list. Why do you pass on that list to Sergeant Nkosi as a mandate that you are told by Nico has been given to Victor?
It's because, Commissioner, he said he wanted me to get a list from Nico to give it to
Did Sergeant Nkosi say to you, get me the mandate, the list of the mandate that Nico has been given, or that Nico has given to Victor? Is that what Nkosi asked from you? Because your answer makes sense only if Sergeant Nkosi asked you to find out what mandate has Victor been given. Then it makes sense, your answer.
I gave him, Commissioner, much as I forwarded the name list, and also I indicated to say, Nico indicated to say, he gave this to Victor as a mandate.
My question is, did Sergeant Nkosi say to you, find out from Nico what mandate has Victor been given? Did Sergeant Nkosi ask you that kind of question?
No, Commissioner.
Okay, so why is your message to Sergeant Nkosi that here's the mandate that Victor has been given, if that's not what Sergeant Nkosi asked you to find out?
I was making him aware with a view that it will put his request to rest.
The request for what?
For another companies, names of companies that he wants.
That he wants for what?
He said he wants to send to the CFO.
So he said to you he wants a list of companies that he wants to send to the CFO.
Yes.
And then you say then to him, here's the list
Yes.
that comes from Nico. Okay, thank you.
Can I, Deputy Chief, I'm making a plea to you because you must assume that we can read, and these WhatsApps are in English, right? And the answers you are giving do not correspond to these WhatsApps. Unless these people were speaking in codes and you were speaking in codes, what you are telling us and what the WhatsApps say are miles apart. So my plea to you is to answer questions truthfully, because I don't think you are doing that at this stage. You are being asked for a list of companies Nico assisted. Instead of giving that list, you give a list of a mandate that is given to Victor. And you are saying that will put the inquiry to rest. How can it put an inquiry to rest when the list you are giving has nothing to do with the request to you? You are asked for a list, listen to this. You are asked for a list of companies Victor assisted, of Nico assisted, correct?
Correct.
But you don't give that list. Instead, you give a list of a mandate given to Victor for a different reason, because you said that mandate was given to Victor so that Victor can work with those companies. But that is a different issue too. Which companies did NICO assist?
Commissioner Kumalo, I'm saying I'm requested a list. There's the list is attached there. I further indicate to say, but this was given to Victor as per NICO, as a mandate. There are name list of companies there.
So I want you to reflect on my plea during the lunch break. And when you come back from lunch, I'm going to ask you to please answer truthfully, because the impression I get sitting here, we can read. You must assume we can read. And what we are reading and what you are telling us are miles apart.
I'm answering truthfully, Commissioner, much as I'm
Well,
saying.
the request was for you to reflect over the lunch adjournment, and perhaps this is an opportune moment for us to take the lunch adjournment. Let's resume at 2 p.m.
Good afternoon, all. We are ready to resume the afternoon's proceedings. Please switch off your devices. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Shazotsi.
Deputy Chief, we were talking about the WhatsApp that you sent to Sergeant Nkosi in relation to what you had learned from Victor. And you had said that you believed, sorry, not from Victor. You spoke to Nico, not Victor. You believed Nico when he said to you he had given a mandate to Victor to give privilege to those 7 companies on his list.
That's correct. I see.
Now, flowing from that, you would have believed that Nico understood that Victor was open to interfering with the regularity of the bid to give preference to those 7 companies.
That I can confirm, SC.
Well, you can't confirm that he was, but you must surely be able to confirm that Nico thought that he was.
Yes, much as I'm saying, Nico might have thought so, but I can't confirm that.
Well, I want to ask you, did you investigate this further? Did you conduct any investigation into whether Victor had been compromised in any way in relation to this bid?
No, I did not do so.
Is that not something that falls under your responsibilities as head of internal affairs?
No, I think tender irregularities are being dealt at by group audit and risk.
Now, there's a difference between tender irregularities and tender malfeasance, somebody who deliberately rigs a tender. Does that not fall under your jurisdiction?
No, it doesn't fall under my jurisdiction.
So if you receive information that someone has taken a bribe, I'm not saying this happened in this case, but if you receive information that someone has taken a bribe to rig a tender, is that not something that, someone within the city, is that not something that is your responsibility under internal affairs?
SC, I believe that there's quite a number of incidents where people allege things that are not there.
We'll get to that shortly, but my first question is, if you receive information that someone has taken a bribe to rig a tender, is that your responsibility to action as head of internal affairs?
If that's reported, SC.
If that's recorded?
If that's reported,
Reported.
it has got a complainant in that regard.
So if a complainant comes to you and says, this tender official has taken a bribe on this bid, it's your responsibility to investigate.
He has to reduce it in writing, Commissioner, SC.
But in this case, someone from outside the city, Nico, had come to you claiming to have given a mandate to the head of the BEC to rig a tender in favor of 7 companies. You had one potential perpetrator admitting that he had done this. You'll accept that?
That's what he claimed, which might not be truthful.
But surely, if you have a perpetrator claiming to have rigged a tender to you, the head of the Internal Affairs Department, that's something that needs to be investigated, because what he's saying is that the head of the BEC is open to manipulating this tender dishonestly.
As I indicated, that's what he might claim, only to find that he doesn't even know Victor and so forth.
Yes, but you can only work out whether he does or doesn't know Victor after you've done some investigation, can you not?
I think, there are a number of incidents sometimes that do happen. People will name drop either my name. I know that in most instances, people name drop on such matters. Even, on HR matters, people will name drop.
No, but you believed him. That's why you passed on this message, which you knew will end up with a CFO, so you believed him. You didn't treat him as just name dropping. You took it seriously enough that you forwarded the messages, and well knowing that they will end up with a CFO who's also the chairperson of the BAC.
I might have at that particular time taken his statement, but much as I'm saying, I forwarded it to Sergeant Nkosi with an understanding that he's demanding, additional names from me, but this is what I had.
You forwarded, even if we accept on your version that this was your response to Sergeant Nkosi, who had demanded more information or names, and you forwarded it for the reasons you say. That's not the conversation. The conversation is you have this list, which is a mandate. Nico tells you, mandate to Victor. You pass it on. So at that point, you are not thinking his name dropping. You pass it on, and you pass it on well knowing that it will end up with the chairperson of the BAC.
He might have shared it with him, yes.
No, you knew it was going there. Your dealings, all your dealings with Sergeant Nkosi about this tender are that he is the middleman between you and the CFO. You know that. And we see that in the WhatsApp messages, and you are not disputing that. You knew and you intended to communicate with the CFO through Sergeant Nkosi, so you knew that's what's happening. Sergeant Nkosi is outside TMPD, so it wasn't just for him to use. You knew this is part of information that will end up before the BAC when you forwarded it.
That's not correct, Commissioner, because I don't have any dealings with the CFO.
You have dealings with the CFO through Sergeant Nkosi. You keep saying, tell him forward to this, give this to Mfowethu, and you've agreed that Mfowethu is the CFO. Unless you want to change that part of your evidence. But your evidence is, you knew that all correspondence, in fact, you say you know that Mfowethu refers to the CFO. You have forwarded things that say, tell Mfowethu this. So you knew it's stuff that is intended for the CFO. Otherwise, why are you giving this stuff to Nkosi if it's not meant to come into your TMPD, into your Tshwane tender process? Why is it going to Nkosi?
Commissioner, I still maintain I don't have dealings with the CFO.
Okay.
Can I just follow up on what Advocate Chaskalson said? You as head of internal affairs, it goes beyond that. You are an employee of the city of Tshwane, correct?
That's correct,
and this
Commissioner.
tender concerned your department, TMPD, correct?
That's correct.
And as employee of the city of Tshwane, do you not have a duty to act in the best interests of your employer?
I do have that duty, Commissioner.
And do you accept that if what Nico told you was true, then this tender would have been compromised? If it was true, what Nico told you, then this tender would have been compromised?
Yes, if it was true, but much as I indicate that people claim to be knowing people and it doesn't happen. As it stands amongst, that mandate list of companies, not even a single one, I think, was appointed. But that's what Nico made me to believe.
Yes. But if it was true, you accept that the tender would have been compromised.
If
I'm
it
not
was
saying
true,
it was true, if what Nico told you was true.
yes, if it was true.
So why did you not see a need to report it to the City of Tshwane and TMPD that the chairperson of the BEC may have been compromised or may have been given a mandate to compromise the bid?
I took it that he might be name dropping the name of Victor.
But you
once people pick up to say who's the chair of the bid evaluation, they run with it. They go out to service providers and say, we have spoken to this chairperson and so forth.
So to you, it was name dropping, and you established that as a fact, that it was name dropping.
It emerged as a name dropping.
Did you establish that as a fact, or you were only suspecting that it is name dropping?
I suspected so.
You had not established it,
No.
and you saw no need to investigate, as Advocate Jaskalsen asked you.
I don't think I saw a need, Commissioner, to investigate it.
All right, let me leave it there.
Can I ask you this? If a third party from outside the city came as a complainant and lodged a complaint that Nico, who represented a competing bidder, had said that he had given a mandate to the chair of the BEC to manipulate the bid in favor of 7 companies, would you investigate that?
Correct, SC?
So if a third party comes and makes the complaint, you will investigate it. But if the facts that the third party complaint, that the notional third party complaint is based on, come to your attention directly, you don't see a need to investigate them.
The third party, I believe we could have reduced it into a statement, Commissioner, SC.
But you could reduce it into a statement. You could be the complainant yourself, as is often the case in police matters. You could say, Nico came to me and said that he had given a mandate to the chair of the BEC to manipulate the tender in favor of these 7 bidders. This is the A1 statement in the docket to investigate the chair of the BEC.
I did not see it in that way, SC.
You may not have seen it in that way now that it is being raised with you. Nico, an outsider, comes to you, says the chairperson of the BEC has been given a mandate to prefer these companies. Now we put to you that now, even with the benefit of hindsight, if you like, you could have been the one that lays a complaint that would then be investigated. You complete a statement and submit whether to your, I think you call it your integrity unit, the right body in the city, or to the police, where you say, a civilian, a member of the public has told me that the chairperson of the BEC has been given a mandate. You could have done that. You didn't do it. We know you didn't do it. You're telling us you didn't see it. Strangely, you say you didn't see it that way, but you could have done that.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So that text that you sent to Sergeant Nkosi was at 8:02 p.m. An hour later, you sent him a different message. That's at the top of page 440. Chat number 1. 9:03 p.m. Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given Kumpwetu in order of priority. And then what follows is the name of, in fact, 6 companies, because number 4, there are 2 number 4s, so it should be 456 as opposed to 445. There's 6 companies, and the first 2 are El Shaddai and Ngape Share. What was that message about? What were you telling Sergeant Nkosi?
As indicated, SC, that Sergeant Nkosi insisted that I need to get Nico to give him additional 5 companies to be 7, that he wants to give it to the CFO to ensure that, he's able to check for him if they comply accordingly, and I must indicate that Nico must put it in order of priority in terms of the requirements that, the first that meets, the requirements in terms of how he evaluated in terms of that priority himself when he prepared them.
But, so you're saying this was a list that Sergeant Nkosi wanted of 7 companies now?
Correct.
That Nico had evaluated, and that Nico believed to be compliant.
Correct.
But you'd already asked Nico a few weeks previously, well, not a few weeks, a few weeks previously, before the 9th, to give you companies that were compliant, that he had assisted, and he'd come back with only 2, Ngape Share and El Shaddai. Why did you think now that he would be able to come up with 7?
The initial request was that he gives me an additional company on top of Ngape Share, so that there might be 2. Now currently he's looking for additional 5 companies.
Additional companies?
Correct.
That he would have assisted to complete the tenders?
That's correct, SC.
But again, if we look at the message that you send, it just doesn't square with that explanation. It says, Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given ku Mfowethu in order of priority. Why would it be necessary to give any of this to the CFO? What's it got to do with the CFO?
Sergeant Nkosi requested me that he wants to give them to the CFO to check for him these companies.
To check what in relation to the companies?
He indicated that he wants to check with the CFO if they comply, they meet all the requirements.
But the CFO has no business doing that, does he? Because the CFO is not a member of the BEC. And that's the job of the BEC, not the job of the CFO.
And that's what Sergeant Nkosi told me.
Sorry, what did Sergeant Nkosi tell you?
He told me that he wants to give them to the CFO.
But for what purpose?
As I indicate, to say he needed them in order of priority, as Nico preferred them in terms of compliance, so that the CFO can check and verify if they do comply.
But how can the CFO check? Well, let me put the question differently. You know that the CFO sits on the bid adjudication committee.
Correct.
Now, if he sits on the bid adjudication committee, he can't sit on the bid evaluation committee.
That's correct.
Compliance is an issue in the first instance for the bid evaluation committee.
That's correct, SC.
And members and Tswane employees who are not members of the BEC are not allowed to see anything that serves before the BEC.
That's correct.
So how could the CFO check for compliance of companies in a bid that was serving before the BEC?
SC, I think you should know that the relationship that Sergeant Gossi have with the CFO, I'm not, having the same relationship myself and the CFO. So what are they discussing, or what is he talking with the CFO? I might not be aware of in most instances.
No, but in this case you were aware because he told you that the CFO would check for compliance on these 7 companies, you say?
Much as I'm indicating, that's what Sergeant Gossi made me to believe, that he's in contact with the CFO on this matter.
Now, if you believed that, you believed at the time that Sergeant Nkosi and the CFO were together doing something that was not lawful. They were arranging for the CFO to take a look at documents that were serving before the BEC when the CFO ought not to have had access to those documents.
He made me to believe that, SC, but even if you can check my chat with Sergeant Gossi, I gave him the information. There's nowhere where I make a follow-up to say whether what is happening, what is the progress, or how far are these things. You wouldn't discover anywhere where I make a follow-up myself, because it was not of my interest, SC.
Sorry, Mr. Chaskalson. Deputy Chief, did it not occur to you that it was you now who was interfering in an ongoing tender process? Because when you say to Sergeant Nkosi, give this list to the CFO to check whether these 7 companies comply with the tender requirements, it's no longer Nico, it's no longer Sergeant Nkosi. It's you now who's interfering in an ongoing tender process, because it is you who's making the request to Sergeant Nkosi to give a list to the CFO to check whether these 7 companies are compliant. It's you now who's interfering in the tender process. It's no longer other people, this is you.
Not true, Commissioner, because I indicated that Sergeant Gossi called me. It's not me. If it was me, I had a vested interest, Commissioner. You'd see in this chart, either I would inquire to say how far is the process or what is happening. There's no way in the charts, since the first, 2 names I've given, I could have either made a follow-up to say either are we winning or what is happening. Nowhere in the charts where you could see me making a follow-up with the names that Sergeant Gossi requested.
I did not say you have a vested interest. I said by virtue of the fact that you are saying to Sergeant Nkosi, Captain, find below our vehicles, for land to be given to the CFO in order of priority. You are giving this to Nkosi, and you are saying Nkosi must give this to the CFO. That action on its own is you interfering in an ongoing tender process. Whether you have interest or not, whether you followed up or not, simply by doing that, you are interfering in the tender process. And you are doing so unlawfully.
Sorry for interjecting.
And if I may add, so let me put it in 2 ways. You are interfering in a tender process and you are doing so unlawfully.
That's not true, Commissioner, because he requested this for me to send him this message, and I did as he has requested.
Doesn't matter who requested you. Doesn't matter who requested you. The mere fact that you did that, you were interfering in a tender process and you were doing so unlawfully.
That's not correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskal.
Well, what you're saying is that that message in chat number 1 was really responding to a request made by Sergeant Nkosi as opposed to making a request to Sergeant Nkosi. Is that what you're saying? That you were responding to his request, you weren't making any request to him?
SC.
That's not how he seems to have seen it, because his response is not thank you for responding to my request, it is done. In other words, I have done what you have requested me to do. We see that in chat 2 at 9:04. Explanation that he had just made a request to you to give you a list of companies assisted by NICO who could then be checked for compliance, and you just complied with his request. You weren't making any request to him.
He has requested me SC because I think when he was responding here, he already told me that he wants to send a list to the CFO for the CFO, to assist him to check for compliance. So he was merely either indicating to me that he has done that already. It was not my list or my making this list, SC.
There's then another call between the two of you at 9:04, and then you...
Sorry, just before you move on. At this stage, bids had been submitted a long time ago, and as Mr. Shaskelson is saying, they were now ready for evaluation. Correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
And I'm sure you would agree that it is not proper to change the content of non-compliant bids to make them compliant, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
I'm asking this to understand this idea that what was sought from the CFO was for him to confirm whether or not these bids were compliant.
That's what Sergeant Nkosi informed me, Commissioner.
Now, if bids had long closed and you accept that at that stage you cannot change a non-compliant bid and make it compliant, what purpose would the request to the CFO have served?
I'm not abreast.
Assuming, for example, that the answer from the CFO was these bids are non-compliant. So what purpose would the inquiry to him or from him have made, or rather, what purpose would that have served?
I'm not abreast, Commissioner, with the discussions between Sergeant Nkosi and the CFO.
No, I'm not asking about them, I'm asking you now. I'm asking you. Would the inquiry have served any purpose at all?
That's what Sergeant Nkosi requested.
No. Please answer my question. I'm asking it a third time now. Would it have served any purpose for the CFO to pronounce on the compliance or otherwise of these bids? I'm asking you. I'm not asking about their interaction.
I don't think it might have served any purpose, Commissioner.
Thank you. I will tell you that it would not have served any purpose. You've basically agreed in the last answer.
Deputy Commissioner, what interest did you have in any one of these companies?
I did not have any interest, Commissioner, in any one of these companies.
Okay, that's my first question. What interest did you have in any one of them being appointed or being successful in the bid?
I did not have any interest in any one of them to be appointed because I was not going to benefit or I'm not benefiting anything.
Then explain why in your message you speak about our vehicles. Why do you refer to these companies as your vehicles, you being part of the people who own these vehicles or who are putting forward these vehicles?
Okay. As I indicated, Commissioner, to say when I receive a message, I'll usually edit it and put a name it came, the message as find below our vehicle for land. Then I edited it, I put captain there to be given to forward to as he requested, then that's what I did on this message.
So this came from where?
From Nico.
Oh, so Nico is the one that gave you this list
Correct, Commissioner.
for it to go to the CFO?
No, he gave me the list, but because I knew that Sergeant Kosi requested that he wants to send it to the CFO, I edited the message
Okay.
according.
I asked you earlier, who is Nico? And what was your answer to the question?
I said Nico is someone who deals, with issues of assisting people with, either tender document or administrative work on other aspects.
And when he says this is our vehicles, because you say that's Nico's language, when he says our vehicles, what did you understand him to be saying?
I understood it as the vehicles that they've prepared themselves.
What do you mean by that?
He has done. I think he doesn't either work alone with people who do this work.
All right, let me make my suggestion. You are either the person you are referring to as Nico, this is your list, and all the other communication where you keep on saying Nico, you are in fact that person that you are referring to, or alternatively, you are not honest about who is this person you refer to as Nico. So if this list comes from somebody else and it's not from you, then you are not being honest with the commission about who is the source of the list, and everything else that you have said comes from Nico. You're not being honest about that. That's the one. And I think that is the kindest I can say to you, the most generous I can suggest to you. Worse is you are in fact that person and the source of that list. And this reference to our indicates that you are part of the people that are propagating or that are promoting these companies. You can comment if you want to comment.
That's not true, Commissioner. I'm not Nico. There is Nico who does this work.
Thank you. Mr. Chairperson.
And do you still have the phone you used when communicating with Nico?
Yes, I do have my phone.
And do you have these chats on it between you and Nico?
I am not sure if the chats are still there, but we can
What
check.
could possibly have happened to them for you to say you are not sure?
There's a timer, 24-hour timer too.
Okay.
So if I understood your answers to Commissioner Baloy, you're saying that Nico came back to you with that list in chat number 1, saying, these are the companies that I prepared, that I assisted, and you should check them for compliance in this order. Is that what Nico was saying?
That's correct.
But how can that possibly be? Because earlier in the evening, Nico had said to you, I've given a mandate to Victor for these companies, and the companies that he lists in his mandate to Victor are the companies that we see at 525. Can you go to 525? So on 525, we see a list of 7 companies, but it's 7 different companies from the 7 companies that are our vehicles for land to be given Kumpoetu in order of priority. So if Nico is mandating Victor to rig the tender in favor of 7 companies, why would he choose 7 companies that he had nothing, who he had not assisted in the bid?
I'm not sure if he has also assisted these ones. I'm not sure.
But when you ask him for a list of companies who he has assisted, he doesn't mention any of those. He gives you 7 different companies.
It's because Sergeant Nkosi said he must give him the different names from this one. Other additional 5 companies different from this.
So Sergeant Nkosi said, Nico must come back with 7 companies that are different from the ones that he mandated Victor to rig the bid in favor.
Correct.
But why didn't you mention that earlier? This is the first time we've heard this.
Beg your pardon?
You haven't mentioned that earlier. Up till now, whenever we discuss what Sergeant Nkosi asks for and what Nico returns in respect of companies called our vehicles for land, you haven't mentioned that Sergeant Nkosi has said, don't include the 7 that you mandated Victor. We want other ones.
You just asked me now, SC, that question.
Well, I didn't just ask you that question. I asked you how would it be that Victor would mandate, that Nico would mandate Victor to appoint 7 companies that weren't companies that he himself had assisted? That was my question.
Much as I'm saying, I'm not sure if he has assisted also these ones that he claimed to have given to Victor or not.
Then why did you send the list that he gave you of his mandate to Victor? Why did you send that to Sergeant Nkosi when Sergeant Nkosi wanted the list of companies that Victor had?
I thought Sergeant Nkosi then will be satisfied with the list and pick either names from this one.
No, we're talking about the first list, the mandate to Victor. Why did you send that list to Sergeant Nkosi?
I'm saying I thought Sergeant Nkosi then will be able to be satisfied about either of these names of the companies then and draw the additional 5 that he wants.
And why would he want an additional 5 at this stage if he's just checking for compliance?
I don't know why did he want that additional 5 if he want to check compliance.
You see, Deputy Chief, this version that we've heard from you and in a modified form from the CFO is just utterly implausible. The texts say one thing. They ask for vehicles in order of priority. And the version that comes back is, no, we were just checking for compliance. The text on their face suggests that you, the CFO, and Sergeant Nkosi were trying to rig this bid. And you were doing it collectively. And this version of Nico being asked by Sergeant Nkosi through you which one of these bids complies and has been assisted by him just doesn't make sense for one thing, and for another is completely incompatible with the actual wording of the texts that are exchanged. And third, presupposes that the CFO is going to start scrutinizing documents which he shouldn't have access to, bids that should be under seal, or not under seal, but under lock and key before the BEC. So how would you respond to those 3 issues? First of all, it just doesn't make sense. What's your response to that? Why would anyone be interested in checking for compliance at this stage of proceedings when it's too late to change anything?
SCS, I indicated that it's not true. I'm not close to the CFO, and that's a fact. I only started to speak to the CFO when he requested Sergeant Nkosi, I think, to call me on the 4th of March. I've never spoken to the CFO outside of work before. And if you follow all the tests that I have with Sergeant Nkosi, there's nowhere where I make a follow-up if either we are winning or either how is the process going and so
Deputy
forth.
Chief,
to demonstrate interest.
Deputy Chief, Mr. Shaskalsin is suggesting on 3 bases that you, the CFO, and Sergeant Nkosi wanted to rig this tender process. Now he has gone back to deal with them, I believe, serially. Now he has gone back to the first one and is suggesting to you that, one, this does not make sense. So the lengthy explanation that you are giving does not address that. Do you agree that this does not make sense? As one of the bases which, when you put them together, show that the 3 of you wanted to rig the bid. So one, does this make sense?
Commissioner, I'm trying to show him, to say my discussion with the CFO, if you can look at everything, was between, the 5th and the 6th of March only. And with regard to payments, the only discussion now is on the 25th of March. And you can't associate the two as if we have been throughout speaking with myself, I'm speaking with the CFO. I'm honest about it.
That you are speaking through Sergeant Nkosi, so you are speaking all the time. So that means nothing. You are speaking through Sergeant Nkosi. And I think right at the beginning you agreed when Mr. Shaskalsin started probing you. You agreed that you were basically talking to each other, but via Sergeant Nkosi. So you are talking throughout. The fact that you may perhaps have spoken directly at a much, much later stage means nothing.
It's not like we are speaking, Commissioner, about this process nor anything. I'm not speaking with the CFO.
So the short answer is what you disagree that
Yes.
this does not make sense. Yes, Mr. Shaskalsin?
Let's look at your version, that this is all an attempt to establish which companies NICO's been helping and which of those companies are compliant. Position is that makes no sense. And why it makes no sense is that the bids closed on 2 October. And after 2 October, no one could lawfully change any of the bid documents. And if a bid document was compliant, it would go through the BAC. If it was not compliant, it would not go through the BAC. There's nothing that can be done 5 months later to change that outcome. So no one has any real interest in knowing that the bids are or are not compliant in March, when the bid closing date was the previous October. What's your answer to that?
You are correct as much as I'm saying, but that's the information that Sergeant Nkosi gave me.
So you see no logical purpose that Sergeant Nkosi, or no logical lawful purpose that Sergeant Nkosi could have in checking for compliance at this stage. You can't see any legitimate purpose.
I agree with you, much as I never even ask him what is happening or what's happening with these things.
So this whole process, from your perspective, is one that can have no logical, legitimate purpose.
For me, yes, SC.
So that's why I say it makes no sense. For me too, I see no logical, legitimate purpose of this process. But let's look at the second complaint that I have in relation to this version. Apart from the fact that it can have, that if it were true, this whole exercise would have no purpose. The version that you put forward is just not consistent with the texts. Nowhere in the texts does anyone say anything about checking for compliance. Can you go back to any of those texts and show where someone says something about checking for compliance?
That's what Sergeant Gossi indicated, SC.
Yes, but the texts don't say that. The texts say something different. They talk about our vehicles for land to be given ku'umfuetu in order of priority. And the earlier texts similarly convey a meaning of companies to be chosen for the land tender, not companies to be checked for compliance in relation to the bid requirements for the land tenure.
I indicated earlier on that I edited the meeting, just included, because that's what he told me, he wants to send it to the CFO.
Yes, but the wording you choose is wording that does not convey check these for compliance. It's wording that says these are companies to be given ku'umfuetu. Sorry, these are companies for land to be given ku'umfuetu in order of priority. So you're saying these are the companies that you must give to the CFO, and in this order of priority, the CFO must know that our priority is this sequence.
SC, when the message came to me from Nico, it said, find below our vehicle for land in order of priority. Then I edited the message, I added captain, then I also added to be given to Mfowethu, because that's what Sergeant Gossi told me.
But if this message did in fact come from Nico, why would Nico give you a list of priorities that didn't include any one of the companies that he had put on his list that he mandated Victor to give effect to and to rig the tender in favor of? How could that be?
As I indicated, SC, that Sergeant Gossi requested that he give me other 5, different names.
Yes, Sergeant Nkosi requested 5 other names, you say.
Yes.
When did Sergeant Nkosi request that?
He requested it on the 25th, SC.
You see, we see the first time that Sergeant Nkosi knows that Victor has mandated the 7 companies, that Nico has mandated the 7 companies that he gave to Victor is at 8:02 p.m.
Yes.
There's no communication between you and Sergeant Nkosi before you send him back a different list.
There is. I called him. I think there's incoming calls that you could pick up and an outgoing call.
So, well,
to incoming call.
Well, on WhatsApp there was no there's no WhatsApp voice call between 8:02 when you send Nico's mandate to Victor and 9:03 when you send our vehicles for land.
There is one chair on 440 on top, if you can look at it.
Sorry, when?
Page 440.
Yes, but you've already, let's go back. Let's go to 439,
Yes,
chat 5.
439.
Chat 5, you have it?
Yes, we spoke.
No, you didn't speak. That is a text message that you send attaching Nico's mandate to Victor. That's at 8:02 p.m. You see it in chat number 5 on 339.
Yes.
And then the very next communication is chat number 1 on 440. That's at 9:03. And that communication is when you first give Sergeant Nkosi the list of our vehicles for land to be given Kuumpoetu in order of priority.
Yes.
So there's no voice call or text message in between those two messages. He conveyed to you that he wanted another 7 companies.
We spoke, it might have been in a straight call, but we spoke.
So you're saying it would have been on a cell phone call that
Yes.
wasn't a WhatsApp call?
Yes, we spoke on a cell phone call.
So if we requisition your cell phone records, we'll find a call between you and Sergeant Nkosi between 8:02 p.m. and 9:03 p.m. on 25 March.
That's correct.
And will you accept that if we do that and find no call, then this version is false?
Yes, I will accept.
We'll do that and we'll have it ready by Monday. But you say, Sergeant Nkosi, in this cell phone call between 8:02 and 9:03 said, send me another list. And so there should be a call between you and Sergeant Nkosi, and there should also be a call between you and Nico, because you'd have had to go back to Nico to get the other list.
We spoke, yes, through
And
messages.
would that also have been on a cell phone?
It might be as on a WhatsApp calls.
Yes. And do you have a log of your WhatsApp calls?
I'm not sure if I still have them.
Well, would you make your phone available to us just after proceedings today to look at the log of your calls to Nico?
You can have it.
Thank you. We were dealing with my second concern in relation to your version, which is that the version just doesn't match with the text. And what I want to put to you in this regard is nowhere in any of the texts, 2 propositions. First is, nowhere in any of the texts is there any suggestion that what you're looking for is questions of compliance. Do you accept that nowhere in any of the texts is there any suggestion that what you're looking for is issues of compliance?
It's not me, SC, who was looking for that. It's Sergeant Nkosi.
Well, nowhere in any of the texts, whether is there any suggestion that what Sergeant Nkosi was looking for was issues of compliance, and what you were reporting to him in relation to his requests concerned issues of compliance?
From my side, he requested Nico to give him additional companies that have in priority how he prepared them in terms of compliance.
No, I understand what your version is, but there is nothing in the texts that supports that version. Either this was said in voice calls that we can't see, or well, we certainly don't see it in the texts. You
That's
accept that?
correct.
What we do see in the texts are messages that are consistent with an attempt to rig the tender in favor of certain bidders, though, because the texts are consistent with an interpretation that this was an exercise of rigging a tender in favor of particular bidders. They refer to our vehicles for land to be given Kuumpuetu in order of priority. Our vehicles for land, order of priority. So the texts are consistent in an attempt to investigate issues of compliance. What's your answer to that? Confining it just to the texts.
As I indicated, this was the choice of words from Mr. Matobela. I just edited on his messages and added what was I wanted to add.
I see. But whoever the originator of these messages was, the wording of the messages is consistent with an attempt to rig a tender, but not consistent with an attempt to investigate questions of compliance. Will you accept that? Whether it was you or Nico who wrote the wording is consistent with an attempt to rig a tender. It is not consistent with an attempt to investigate issues of compliance.
From what I was told to say, he wants to give the CFO to check for compliance in order of priority. I wouldn't accept that statement that it was to rig the tender SC.
But if you accept that at this point there could not be any checking of compliance that is useful or that serves a useful purpose, because that the ship has sailed. Now this is before the BEC, and compliance could not be checked by the CFO. If you accept that is so, which I thought you did accept earlier, then the purpose could not have been. It's reasonable to say the purpose of distributing this list could not have been to check for compliance, unless you say the CFO could. You believed that the CFO could check for compliance. If you don't say that, then you must accept, firstly, that there was no purpose to this list being distributed for compliance, and therefore it must have been distributed for something else, other purpose. And Mr. Chaskalson is suggesting what I think is the only possible explanation. It is to rig the bid.
Commissioner, it might have been that possibility, but I can't confirm because it was Sergeant Scorsese request.
Yeah, but you're assisting in it. When you distribute it, you know that compliance can still be checked at this point. If I expect that you know that. That at the time that Sergeant Ngosi asks for the list and you give it to him, you know that compliance cannot be checked. Then the question, it won't make a difference because it can't be checked for compliance at this stage by Mfowethu. You know that. Then you yourself must be distributing it or sharing it with Nkosi for a different purpose, other than checking compliance, because you know compliance cannot be checked at this point.
He has asked for it, Commissioners. It's not me who's distributing it. That's what he requested, and I'm not privy to Sergeant Scorsese's discussions with the CFO.
You are distributing it to him. You're giving it to Nkosi, and you're telling us that you're giving it to him so that, because he said to you, we want to check for compliance, we want the CFO to check for compliance, so you are distributing it. This is not a word play, a play on words. It's not that. It is conduct. You are distributing the list wherever you got it from, whether it's from Nico in the way you say it, or as I suggest might have been the case, it is your list or you got it from somebody else. You are distributing it to Nkosi. Your explanation is Nkosi asked for a list, so you distribute the list. And what I'm suggesting to you, or what I'm putting to you, is you could not have believed that this list was going to be used to check compliance because you know the tender process at that stage. So you did not believe that because you either knew the true purpose of the list or in your own reasoning, you knew this cannot be to check compliance because the ship has sailed. Or a third alternative, in fact, is you knew it would be to check for compliance because you know that the CFO Mfowethu has a way of dealing with this.
I don't agree, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Commissioner Baloy has essentially touched on my third reason why this is this version of yourself and the CFO and Sergeant Nkosi is utterly implausible, which is that the CFO has no lawful access to the documents at this stage. He has no lawful access to the documents until the BEC has finished its business and made a recommendation. You know that, because he's not a member of the BEC.
I know that.
So, first, questions of compliance are in fact at this stage essentially irrelevant to anything that can be changed. The bid closed on the 2nd of October. It's not possible to cure non-compliance at this stage. You accept that?
I accept that, SC.
So there can be no legitimate reason for wanting to know whether something is or isn't compliant. You can't fix it. It's too late.
That's correct, SC.
We've dealt with what the words of the text say, but the third issue is, if the suggestion is that this was all about asking the CFO to check for compliance, he couldn't lawfully check for compliance. He had no access to these documents that was lawful. Do you accept that?
I accept it.
So how, in the face of those three problems, do you expect this commission to believe that what was going on here was a bona fide attempt by you and Sergeant Nkosi to check whether certain companies who had been assisted by NICO were compliant?
It's not me checking, it was Sergeant Nkosi, SC.
Well, the requests come from you. They say, Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given Ku Mfowethu in order of priority. But let's assume we accept your version that you're really just responding to Sergeant Nkosi. Why should this commission believe that what was really being sought here was a list of companies that NICO had assisted, so that that list could be given to the CFO to check for compliance?
If you follow my text with Sergeant Nkosi, SC, you'll realize that this matter back dates from the 9th of March. There's no way in the text, if I had, these were mine, I could have one way or the other checked for progress or inquired about these matters. There's no way in my text where I made a follow-up or inquired about this to show that I don't have, an interest in them.
Deputy Chief, you are contradicting yourself, because when it suits you and the text don't show what you are trying to say, your escape is that, oh, I called him and clarified with him. So why should we not accept that where the text don't show you following up is because you called him and you followed up using a normal phone call?
I did not. I think I might have either tapped on the messages to check either follow-up if they were mine. I did not call him, make follow-up through a phone or something, Commissioner.
But earlier you said Nkosi and I talk all the time and we talk about a lot of things. So the fact that in the text you don't follow up does not mean you did not follow up in other ways.
I did not follow up, Commissioner, that's true.
Thanks.
Let's now look at what happens with your messages that you send to Sergeant Nkosi, and can we go to page 177 in file 3? And there you'll see that when you come back to Sergeant Nkosi with your list of 7 companies, 7 vehicles for land to be given Kumfuetu in order of priority,
177, file 3.
file 3. You recall that the first list that you sent to Sergeant Nkosi had only 6 names on it, and then there was a voice call, then you sent him a revised list with the 7th name, Shumile Security Service, added. And then at 9:08 p.m., he forwards your message, Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given Kumfuetu in order of priority. He forwards that message to the CFO. You see that?
Yes.
And the CFO's response is, thanks, Mfowethu, I'm on top of this. You see that?
Yes.
Now, your evidence is that what he wanted the CFO to do was to check whether these 7 companies were compliant.
That's correct.
And the CFO says, I'm on top of this. You see that?
I
Thanks,
see.
Mfowethu, I'm on top of this.
I see that.
Now, that suggests that the CFO,
I might not be aware about it, that is going to check. I was informed by Sergeant Nkosi, that's what Sergeant Nkosi told me.
when you read, thanks, Mfowethu, I'm on top of this, what does it suggest to you? What does it suggest to you? What do you think the CFO is saying there?
As I indicated, I'm not privy to their discussion. Don't want to make assumptions as seen.
If you were to read this, if you were to have read it, what would you think the CFO was saying? How do you understand, thanks, Mfowethu, I'm on top of this?
I don't want to comment on that.
No,
See,
Deputy Chief. You can think. All the question requires of you is your understanding of this response. Even assuming that you did not think of it at any other stage, or maybe even if you were to say, no, I had never had sight of this before, but as you read it now, what do you think it means? Surely you can think, and I don't mean this as an insult, but it's just that I don't understand your response, Deputy Chief. What do you think this means as you're looking at it now?
Much as I indicated, Commissioner, he says I'm on top of this, but I don't want to make assumptions for the CFO.
I'm not asking for assumptions. I'm asking for you to think and tell us, as you read this, what do you think it means? In the context of everything else that you know, that you have said, and even the purpose for which you had forwarded this to Sergeant Nkosi, in the context of all that, when you look at this now, what do you think it means in that context?
In the context of what we spoke about, I'm thinking that he's assisting Sergeant Nkosi with his request.
Thank you. It was not so difficult after all. Please do not be evasive, Deputy Chief. Yes, Mr. Chaselson.
And that request is to check whether those bidders are compliant, as you've been saying.
That's what Sergeant Nkosi indicated to me.
Now, how could the CFO lawfully check whether those bidders were compliant? The CFO wasn't entitled to look at any of the bid documents at this stage. You've accepted that.
I accepted that he can't do that.
So, on the face of it, it's looking like even on the benign version that you want to give to Sergeant Nkosi's request, the CFO and Sergeant Nkosi are agreeing that the CFO will do something that he may not lawfully do.
The CFO is doing what?
He may not lawfully do. He's going to look at the bid documents to see if these bidders were compliant. And he's not allowed to do that. He's admitted he cannot see any of these documents until the first meeting of the BAC.
Yes, the CFO, he might not have access to the document.
So how is he going to give effect to his statement that he's on top of this in a lawful fashion?
I can't answer that, SC.
Would you agree with me that there is no lawful way that the CFO can give effect to that statement at that time?
That's correct.
Let's look at the next chats. A minute later, he writes back to Sergeant Nkosi saying, "This is ours, Mfowethu. This is ours. This is the final list, right?" What does that suggest to you? And Sergeant Nkosi responds, "Yes, it's our final list."
I think the CFO explained to say that's how they speak with Sergeant Nkosi. Then he indicated it's ours because that's how they refer to each other.
The CFO gave a bit of an Alice in Wonderland version of the pronouns our and we. You know, sometimes they mean you, sometimes they mean he, sometimes they mean I, sometimes they mean they. But you're saying that in this case, he meant it in the ordinary sense, which meant him and Sergeant Nkosi.
And that's correct.
So he was saying, he was asking Sergeant Nkosi, is this the list of you and me? And Sergeant Nkosi is saying, yes, it is the list of you and me. Is that correct? Is that how you read it?
He said that's how they refer to each other. It might not be for the CFO, but as I heard him explaining to say, it doesn't refer to yours or they refer to each other as ours.
Yeah, so he's saying that was the list that they wanted.
Sergeant Nkosi wanted. Can't
No,
say
no,
the CFO.
Sergeant Nkosi and the CFO. It's in the plural, ours.
So the CFO is saying here, Sergeant Nkosi, this is your and my list. Do you agree? He means, Sergeant Nkosi, this is your and my list. Do you agree?
I don't agree, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
So are we back in the world of CFO pronouns, and that when he says this is ours, Mfowethu, he means this is yours, Mfowethu?
This is,
You see, he said, he asks Sergeant Nkosi, this is ours, Mfowethu, question mark. Are you saying that he's asking there, is this your list, Sergeant Nkosi, as opposed to, will you confirm that this is the list of you and of me?
it might be that he's confirming for him to say he has received it. It's ours as they refer to each other. I mean, as brothers, they are one. So it might be a list of Sergeant Nkosi, but even if he says ours, he might not be referring to him being included on it.
Well, what I want to put to you is that the ordinary meaning of what the CFO said is, this is yours and this is mine, this is ours. That's how one normally understands ours.
I don't agree to it because we sometimes adopt a way of communication with people, how we communicate, refer to each other. a particular set of standards when we communicate. It might not mean what I mean you are suggesting, SC.
And at the time, were you aware that the CFO and Sergeant Nkosi referred to each other in ways that involved strange uses of pronouns like ours, that when they said to each other ours, they didn't mean ours?
That's how they refer to each other, as I know, to say they are one.
You see, if you go back to page 440, you'll see that after this exchange, in chat number 6, Sergeant Nkosi WhatsApped you a screenshot of that exchange. And you'll see that screenshot, which was WhatsApped to you in chat number 6 at 9:46 p.m. That screenshot appears at page 526. And there, you'll see that at the bottom, Sergeant Nkosi, sorry, can we get 526 up? And can you just zoom in at the bottom text that we can read it? Go scroll up a little bit. You'll see Captain, find below our vehicles for land to be given Mkhwanazi in order priority El Shaddai Security Services, and the response from the CFO is, this is ours, Mkhwanazi, this is the final list, right? And Sergeant Nkosi responds, yes, it's ours, the final list. So at the time, you had seen the screenshot. You accept that? This was sent to you at 9:46 that evening, if we go back to page 440.
Yes.
So what did you understand to be taking place here?
He was just showing me that he's indeed is in communication with the CFO.
And that the CFO is going to do what?
He's going to assist him that we're checking these companies.
For compliance.
That's what he indicated to me.
If you go to the top of 441, you'll see that after he sends you that WhatsApp, at 10:30 that night, there's a voice call. And we've checked, that voice call lasted over 2 minutes between you and Sergeant Nkosi. At the top of page 441, chat 1.
Yes.
At 10:30 that night. And you will see there, well, so after he has shown you his exchange with the CFO, he calls you and you speak for over 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 22 seconds. What would you have been speaking about?
I can't recall, SC.
But you've seen now that the CFO is going to do what Sergeant Nkosi wants him to do in relation to this tender, from the screenshot.
Yes.
And you know that on your benign version, what that is that the CFO is going to check for compliance with in relation to that list of 7 companies, the vehicles for land to be given in order of priority.
Yes.
But he cannot lawfully do that. He's not supposed to have access to those documents.
Which is impractical for the CFO to do that.
It's not impractical, it's unlawful.
I'm saying it's impractical because I don't think he has the keys for...
So how can he be telling Sergeant Nkosi that he's going to be checking for compliance of those 7 companies?
I'm not sure about it, SC.
He can't lawfully check for compliance with those 7 companies. You'll accept that?
I agree with you that you can't check compliance.
So I want to come back to you in your role as head of internal affairs at Tshwane. You now, on your version, have a situation where the CFO is communicating with Sergeant Nkosi. He's undertaking, on your version, to check for compliance of 7 companies in a pending tender. And you know that he cannot lawfully do that because he cannot lawfully documents. Did you take this further?
No, SC.
Why not? The CFO is committing to Sergeant Nkosi to do something which is unlawful in relation to a tender at Tshwane, on your version.
Much as I'm saying, I'm not privy of what are they talking, what is it that the CFO might have committed to Sergeant Nkosi.
You know what he's saying. You've seen all of this correspondence, including this communication between the two of them, where they're talking about this being a final list and him saying, I'm on top of it. You know that is a fact because that correspondence is shared with you. So you should be able to answer that question. You now have the facts.
Yes,
That list came from you.
it did not come from me, Commissioner Kumar.
Give it to
I
Nkosi.
passed it to
You passed it
Nkosi
on,
as he
yes.
requested, yes.
So you know that because you got the list from Nico, you gave it to Nkosi with a clear request that he must give it to the CFO. So you know what's going on.
Much as I indicated to say, I'm not privy to the discussions of Sergeant Nkosi and the CFO. And even if Sergeant Nkosi shows me many things that he speak to this one, he speak to this CFO and so forth. So, and I could not, say either that's doable or whatever the case it might be, what Sergeant Nkosi is saying.
No, but you are privy to their communication. You are, here. One, you pass on lists and you say it's from 482. So you know that.
That's correct,
You give it to
Commissioner.
Nkosi to pass on to 482. So you are privy to that communication. You know that Sergeant Nkosi and your CFO are discussing bidders in a tender process or in a bid process that is still underway. You know that as a fact.
Yes.
And yeah, please, let's accept that we know you know that as a fact, because that's what the correspondence that is being shared here by you and with you tells you. Then you also get to see the communication where the CFO says to Sergeant Nkosi, I'm on top of it, because it's shared with you, right? And then you get to see also there is this our final list from the CFO to Sergeant Nkosi. You see that because it is shared with you. So you are privy to those facts. And so you should be able to answer the question of Mr. Chaskason's question, because on the basis that you are privy to these facts and you are head of the internal unit, whatever it's called, you should be able to act. You have the facts to act.
That's correct, Commissioner. I was privy to the information, but I did not see it the way you are putting it to say it. I could have investigated this matter.
Mr. Chaskason?
Can we go to your statement at page 11, file 1, page 11? And there you were responding to a question at paragraph 56 at the foot of the page, which you frame as follows. Reasons for me to discuss issues / matters relating to procurement of the City of Tshwane and or the TMPD, particularly in relation to TMPD 2, 1, and 3, with Sergeant Nkosi. Also provide reasons for providing Sergeant Nkosi with the names of companies or bidders for the City of Tshwane and or Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department. Page 11 of file 1.
Okay.
And your answer is, I haven't discussed matters relating to procurement of the City of Tshwane with Sergeant Nkosi. I merely provided him with administrative documents as he requested. See paragraph 50. The said materials are public documents. With Sergeant Nkosi, because it seems that, at least in relation to what we've just been seeing, looking at, you have exchanged many texts with Sergeant Nkosi in relation to matters of procurement.
That's correct, SC. I did not discuss matters that relate to procurement.
So how do you characterize what's happened here, where we've seen a constant back and forth in relation to messages concerning TMPD 1, and on your version, although the messages say one thing, you've had lots of calls with Sergeant Nkosi where he's explained that he doesn't want to rig the tender in favor of Ngapesheya and El Shaddai. He actually just wants you to check for compliance of those two companies and to check for compliance of other companies that were assisted by NICO.
Yes, SC, as I indicated, I was just transmitting the names as requested by Sergeant Nkosi. I did not discuss any procurement matter with him.
So you didn't understand this question relating to matters relating to procurement to include your exchanges with Sergeant Nkosi concerning which companies NICO had assisted on the bid, which companies were compliant, which companies weren't compliant. You didn't understand it to fall within the ambit of the question.
When it says procurement matters, it's matters either that relates to, issues, of ensuring that I help me with the document compilation, also, discussing pricings and so forth, or what transpired within the bid evaluation committee, because those matters are confidential and so forth.
I'm struggling with that answer, because it does seem to me that everything we've been looking at would be a matter relating to procurement of the City of Tshwane, particularly in relation to TMPD 1. Which bids are compliant in relation to TMPD 1 must surely be a matter relating to procurement of the City of Tshwane in relation to TMPD 1.
It was only me sharing what he requested, the names of bidders. I did not have any discussion with regard to any procurement matter.
No, you did, because you also gave him a list from NICO that NICO said was a mandate that had been given to the chair of the BEC. You recall that?
I agree with you much as I'm saying those were only, names of bidders that he requested, I forwarded. I did not discuss with him any procurement matter.
Well, is it not a procurement matter if what you're sending to him is a message saying that NICO tells me he's given a mandate to the chair of the BEC to rig the tender in favor of these 7 companies? Is that not a matter relating to procurement?
It's not a procurement matter, SC.
What is it then? How would you describe it?
I'll describe it as an allegation that one is indicating and the names of bidders. He might have found them, on their website and so forth and indicated that.
But this is not a random selection of bidders pulled off the website. It's a list of 7 bidders specifically identified as by Nico as the 7 bidders he has mandated Victor to rig the tender in favor of.
And there are bidders who had submitted bids in respect of this tender. So it's not random bidders. Please respond to the question by Mr. Chaskalson.
It's not a discussion on procurement matters, commissioners.
It is a discussion on procurement matter. There's an undergoing procurement tender process or evaluation process that's happening. And Victor is the chairperson of the BEC, and these companies are participating in that tender. It is a procurement matter.
I stand by what I indicated, commissioners, that it's not a procurement matter to.
Why do you
get
say
names.
that? Why do you say that, Deputy Chief? Why do you say it's not a procurement matter? Sorry.
Why I say that, Commissioner, because the bid documents, if I was discussing either bid document, the question of the specifications, the scope and so forth, that would be procurement matters that I'm discussing with him.
Isn't the entire process starting from the specification through to the preparation of the tender document itself, through to the publication of the tender, the submission of the bids, the bid evaluation? Well, we hear from Tswane that they have something they call probity. So through the probity process, through the evaluation, through to the recommendation to the municipal manager in this instance, and the final award, isn't all of that a procurement process?
That's correct, Commissioner. That is a procurement process.
Yes. Then something that relates to any stage during that process would be something relating to the procurement process. Here, for example, it's about names being forwarded, or at least required to be forwarded, to the CFO about this same process that I've sketched from the beginning all the way to the end. And the CFO responds after those bidders, the names of those bidders have been given to him, and he responds. And these are bidders, they are part of the process in the sense that their bids are to be evaluated and eventually considered if they have been referred to the later stage, and to be evaluated by the bid adjudication, and to be adjudicated by the bid adjudication committee if they have gone to that stage. All of that surely is part of the procurement process, Deputy Chief.
I don't agree, Commissioner, because bid register get loaded on a website, it becomes public. So names of bidders does not amount to a procurement process.
This was not just about the names. It was not just about the names. It was about these are our bidders, basically. I'm paraphrasing. And that's the upshot of it all. These are is this our list? Yes, it is our list, Mfowethu. Final list, not just any list, our final list. Final list in what process? Final list in the procurement process.
But also let me add that on your version, check that they are compliant.
Compliant with what? compliant with the requirements for this particular tender. So you cannot escape that. You cannot escape that.
With due respect, commissioners, I still don't agree that it's a procurement
That's because you
process.
don't want to agree. Yes, Mr. Shaskelson.
Can we go down to page 444? We're now on the,
Which file?
sorry, file 4. We're now approximately 2 weeks later. It's the 13th of April. And in chat number 3, you send to Sergeant Nkosi at 6:03 p.m. a list of 5 issues, followed by an explanation at 6:04. So your 6:03 message says lease agreement for both company and director for rates and taxes. Interpretation of PI Act. 3 years financials must be done by independent auditor and signed or certification that they've been audited. 4, lease agreement of vehicles. The document submitted of Avis is a quotation. We need an agreement with photos of vehicles, including a 5-ton truck. 5, public liability insurance for 10 million. And then at 6:04, you say, afternoon, Captain, I trust you are well and your family. Please push Becky to submit the above documents. What was this about?
As it was indicated by Sergeant Nkosi to say they were dealing with a tender in Mpumalanga.
Yes, Sergeant Nkosi said that it was for the Matthews Pausa municipality, but no such municipality exists. In fact, Matthews Pausa sent me a message to say there's no municipality named after me. Which municipality do you say it was?
I don't know, SC.
You say this is a different tender. It's not your tender. That's not the TMPD tender.
That's what I indicate, SC.
Why were you getting involved in this process?
Much as I indicated, I referred, Sergeant Nkosi to Nico, and Nico will usually send me, messages to either forward to Sergeant Nkosi. You'll still get the same of 456, the message that I also sent around May or so. So he assisted them with different, documents, tender documents.
Can I just say my difficulty with this, you being the one that talks to Nico, is you were asked much earlier, have you referred other people to Nico to assist them with their tender documents? You said, no, I know him from when I was in the army and I came back and I was in the taxi business, so I really don't refer people to him. You refer Sergeant Nkosi. In fact, your evidence is you said to Sergeant Nkosi, tell Begi to speak to this person. If that is so, why is Nico talking to you or to Sergeant Nkosi through you and the other way around, if in fact you had absolutely no involvement other than to say to Sergeant Nkosi, here's the person that you should get Begi to talk to? Why are you the one that's the conduit between them?
I think, as I indicated, to say it's a matter either of trust, to say maybe if they've spoken to me, Sergeant Nkosi, Nico will do things very quick for them. And same applies with Nico. It's a thing of saying if he send me to inform, Fana, Sergeant Nkosi will be able to indicate to me to say, Sergeant Nkosi will be able to push Begi to ensure that, these things are in order.
Well, this is just a list. You don't have an interest in this. I
No.
take it you're going to say that. You have absolutely no interest in this.
No, I don't.
Okay. So why would you have an interest in pushing Becky to Ngosi to do this, to provide this information if it's not about Tswane and you have absolutely no interest in it? Why would any one of them think you will help push?
I indicated, Commissioner, that I took interest on Sergeant Gosi on the early years while he was still at the primary school. So there are people you have compassion on.
No, this is not Sergeant Ngosi's tender. You're telling us it's Begi's tender. And that's what you say, please push Begi in this. So this is
I was telling
Begi's not your
Sergeant
friend.
Gosi. I was telling Sergeant Gosi to push back.
Yes, I'm saying, why do you have an interest in Begi's business with another municipality? If this is not Tswane, and it's another non-existent Matthews Posa municipality, which has absolutely nothing to do with you, Begi is not the one you've referred to as the one you took an interest in. Why would they be so keen for you to be the one that pushes Begi to submit?
Commissioner, I think there are people you will have compassion on, of which you will adopt them. The manner in which, they grew up and so forth, it touched you such that you adopt them to ensure that you play a particular role in their life.
So Nico knew that you have
helping.
adopted, did Nico know that you've adopted the people that you have compassion for, being Begi or Sergeant Kosi?
He knows that the Sergeant Gosi, I helped him from there.
But he has Sergeant Kosi's number. He could have sent this list to him, and he sends it to you instead.
Sometimes the voice of someone will make certain things to be able to be done, Commissioner.
No, there's no voice here. Nico, out of the blue, sends you this list. He sends you this list, this list of things that relate to a Matthews Posa municipality to forward. There's no voice about it, and all you do is you forward it on to Nkosi, so your voice doesn't matter in the exchange of this information.
When I say the voice, I'm saying he believes that if it comes from me, they'll be able to run.
Okay. Let me, in fairness to you, make my suggestion to you lastly. This is a list from you, I'm suggesting. It's a list from you alerting Begi through Nkosi that Begi needs to provide this information for his tender to be compliant with your TMPD tender. That's what I want to suggest to you. Because any other explanation, your explanation doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Considering that these people have a direct relationship with each other, you have absolutely no interest in Begi's business. You have shown that you prefer Ngapesheya to be awarded a tender, and this list I want to suggest that this was to assist Begi fix the shortcomings in his Tswane tender. Do you want to comment?
That's not true, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And then in the last chat where you say sharp, I'm also putting pressure. So this is now independent of what Sergeant Nkosi is doing. Who are you putting pressure on?
I'm saying I'm putting pressure also to Nico to ensure that, he also speak to Begi.
Why are you putting pressure on Nico?
Sometimes they have conflict. I'm not sure whether because, Nico is an adult and you can't find each other sometimes. If you check, Commissioner, on 445, Sergeant Gosi comes back to me and indicate the following. I had to make a call with the two of them to try and work together.
Who had to make a call?
Myself.
So you were putting pressure on Nico to work together with Becky?
To ensure that they find each other in terms of working together.
But why? What was your interest in ensuring that they work together? Because all you were doing was to put people together. What was your interest? If they have a conflict, why does it matter to you?
much as I indicated that I took interest on Sergeant Nkosi and I'll want to support him when
But this is not Sergeant Nkosi, this is Becky and Nico.
supporting him. If he support his brother, it's like, you'll support him.
Can I just find out, because you went too quickly to 445, even with Commissioner Khumalo, even before, he wasn't directing me there, he was asking you about Sharp. I'm also putting pressure at page 444. Who were you putting pressure on about what? Because you have a list, according to you, you have a list from Nico. You have sent it to Becky, that list. And you say, please push Becky to submit the above documents. Sergeant Nkosi says, on it, General. He responds. You say, Sharp, I'm also putting pressure. Who are you putting pressure on?
On Nico.
To do what? Because he's given you a list. Nico has given you a list that Becky needs to comply with and submit documents. Who are you putting pressure on?
On Nico to work together with Becky.
At this point, why do you think Nico is not working together with Becky? Because what has happened is Nico has given you a list of non-compliance.
For me, Commissioner, it indicated that either, there's disjuncture in terms of either communication, because Nico will complain sometimes to me to say, I'll be in the office, wait for 4 hours or so, waiting and so forth.
No, these WhatsApp messages don't record that. There's a long list of items that you say are not from you. I've suggested they are from you. You say, no, but that's from Nico. We say, fine, let's work with that. That list is from Nico, right? Then you say, please push Becky to submit the above documents. You have an interest in a Mpumalanga tender, or Becky's Mpumalanga tender. You say, push Becky to do this. And then Nkosi says to you, I'm on it. So Nkosi says, I'm working on it. The next thing you say is, I'm also putting pressure. And what I'm putting to you is, it doesn't make sense that you get a list from Nico and then in a short while you say, in fact, you get a list from Nico at 6:15, and then at 6:27, you are putting pressure on Nico. To do what? It doesn't make sense. He's given you a list. You are putting pressure, I want to say to you, you're putting pressure elsewhere, not on Nico.
That's not true,
And the
Commissioner.
probability is you're putting pressure internally on your Tswane people about this tender. That's what I want to suggest to you.
That's not true, Commissioner.
Mr. Cheskalson?
I want to take you to the message from Sergeant Nkosi at the top of page 445 that you referred to, but you didn't read. It's chat 1, and Sergeant Nkosi says, General, I spoke to Becky now. He tells me he's spoken to Nico when he was busy with documents of El Shaddai. Why would Nico be busy with documents of El Shaddai if it wasn't to do with the same Tswane tender?
I think SC, you'll understand that companies bid throughout the year. Wherever there's an opportunity, they put tender documents.
So, fortuitously, El Shaddai and Ngapeshea are both bidding for the Tswane contract tender, and they are on the list at the top of the priority list that you and the CFO and Sergeant Nkosi have been discussing, and quite fortuitously, in the context of this problem about the Mpumalanga, the alleged Mpumalanga bid, Nico is busy with El Shaddai documents when Sergeant Nkosi wants him to be busy with Ngapeshea documents. It's just a coincidence that. Is that what you're saying?
SC, I'm saying in most instances, companies that bid, they bid almost either weekly, monthly, and so forth in various municipalities and so forth. So I take they were busy with this one for other bidders also, I mean, assisting the other company and so forth.
Let's read on. He's spoken to Nico when he was busy with documents of El Shaddai. Nico promised to help, but now he's no longer answering his phone. Please check Nico, I will push Becky. These people must know it's one thing and they must work as a team, not other way. And then, please, General, intervene. We can't lose now. We have been waiting for this for a while. Now, you're saying you're not talking about the Tshwane tender, you're talking about a different tender.
That's
you're
correct.
nodding.
Yes.
Now, that tender, if it exists, would still not have reached the closing date for bids if what Nico and Becky were doing was lawful. There would still be an opportunity to submit a bid in the future.
That's correct.
How does that square with Sergeant Nkosi saying, please, General, intervene. We can't lose now. We've been waiting for this for a while. What would they have been waiting for if the bid deadline had not even been reached yet?
I take SC that because the CFO is helping, I mean, Sergeant Nkosi in other areas. I take that, I mean, either they made arrangements somewhere and so forth, so much as he's saying that.
You're listening to yourself. You've just said the CFO.
Yes.
Are you listening to yourself?
Yes.
But you are being asked about Nico here.
No, I am being asked about the statement of Sergeant Nkosi when he says, we have been waiting for this for a while.
So you're saying this is what's happening at Tshwane?
No.
Then how does the CFO get involved?
Much as I'm saying, the CFO is assisting Sergeant Nkosi in other areas.
How does he get involved in this one that we're talking about? Because here it's Nico and Beggy. The issue is between Nico and Beggy. How does the CFO get involved with this one?
Commissioner,
Unless it's a Tshwane tender that we are talking about here.
it's not
A Freudian slip, Deputy Chief.
Sorry, Commissioner.
Never mind. Mr. Chasselson?
You see, Deputy Chief, what I want to put to you is that if one looks at all of these texts that we've been going through, the texts between yourself and Sergeant Nkosi, the texts between Sergeant Nkosi and the CFO, and one considers your answers, the only reasonable conclusion that can be drawn is that you, Sergeant Nkosi, and the CFO were in a conspiracy to rig a bid in favor of El Shaddai and Ngapesher. What's your answer to that?
That's not true.
And of course, we do know that at the end of the day, although there were 57 bidders who started, only 7 bidders got contracts under this tender, and 2 of those 7 were Ngapesher and El Shaddai. You accept that?
Yes.
Chair, I'm planning to move to a completely different topic at this point. I wonder if it might not be a good time to break for the long weekend.
It is. And when do we continue?
Chair, if I think on Tuesday morning at 9:30.
All right. Deputy Chief,
Commissioner.
we will continue with the hearing of your testimony at 9:30 on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday.
Okay.
Let's adjourn.